Howdy, partners, and welcome to tonight's tale from the untamed frontiers of the American West. As the evening sun sets over distant mountains, we invite you to lay down your weary head and drift into the mysterious world of Red Dead Redemption. Each night, we'll share different tales from these wild lands, where outlaws and legends still roam free. And when our story ends, the gentle sounds of the frontier, crackling campfires, distant coyotes, rustling prairie grass, and the soft whisper of the wind will carry you into peaceful dreams beneath the star-filled western sky, with no advertisements to disturb your slumber. Now, saddle up, partner, and let's mosey on down to tonight's tale. The blazing midday sun had long disappeared behind the towering snow-capped mountains as Arthur Morgan urged his loyal steed through knee-deep snow. Icy winds whipped mercilessly at his face, forcing him to pull his worn leather coat tighter around his broad shoulders. The path ahead narrowed dangerously, winding between sheer cliff faces that disappeared into the swirling white abyss below. "Easy, girl," Arthur murmured to his horse as she nervously sidestepped near the edge. "We're almost there." His breath formed thick clouds in the frigid mountain air. The temperature had plummeted as daylight faded, and the first tentative snowflakes had begun to fall once more. Weather up here changed with alarming speed. Clear skies could transform into blinding blizzards within minutes. Arthur had learned that lesson years ago, the hard way. The settlement of Widow's Peak lay nestled somewhere in the valley ahead, if the tattered map Dutch had given him proved accurate. Ordinarily, Arthur might have questioned the wisdom of venturing into such treacherous terrain in the dead of winter, but the letter that had reached their camp spoke of desperate circumstances. Outlaws terrorizing vulnerable folk, supplies dwindling, no law for 50 miles. Arthur knew what happened to isolated communities when predators circled. He'd been on both sides of that equation in his lifetime. As he rounded a final bend in the narrow trail, the valley opened below him. There, barely visible through the thickening snowfall, sat a cluster of wooden buildings with smoking chimneys, the first welcoming sight he'd encountered in days. Relief washed over him, though it was quickly tempered by caution. He'd survived this long by never assuming safety, even in seemingly peaceful surroundings. The trail widened as it descended toward the settlement, allowing Arthur to pick up his pace. He estimated perhaps 20 structures comprising the isolated mountain community, a general store, several modest homes, what appeared to be a small church, and what he hoped might be a saloon, hard to tell through the increasingly heavy snowfall. As he approached the outskirts, Arthur noticed the hastily constructed barricades blocking the main path into town. Crude but effective, logs and overturned wagons creating a defensive perimeter. Behind these makeshift fortifications stood 3 figures, rifles raised and aimed squarely at him. "That's far enough, stranger," called a gruff voice. "State your business or turn back." Arthur raised his hands slowly, showing he meant no harm. "Name's Arthur Morgan. Received word you folks might need some help with raiders." The figures conferred among themselves, their hushed voices carried away by the howling wind. Finally, the barricade shifted, creating just enough space for a single rider to pass through. "Come on then," said a bearded man with a weather-beaten face. "But we'll be keeping an eye on you. Too many strangers lately, none bringing good tidings." Arthur guided his horse through the narrow opening, immediately assessing the settlement's vulnerabilities. The buildings were clustered tightly together, offering some protection from the elements but creating dangerous bottlenecks if defenders needed to move quickly. Snowdrifts had accumulated against walls, reaching halfway up some windows. Several structures showed damage from what appeared to be recent attacks. Splintered wood, broken glass, and hastily repaired door frames. "Town's seen better days," Arthur observed as he dismounted, patting his horse's neck reassuringly. "Ain't that the truth?" replied the bearded man. "Name's Malcolm. I look after what passes for security here." He extended a calloused hand, which Arthur shook firmly. "Mayor's house is yonder," Malcolm continued, gesturing toward a 2-story building at the center of town. "He'll want to speak with you." Arthur led his horse toward the indicated building, acutely aware of wary eyes watching from behind frost-covered windows. Trust came dear in places like this, especially in desperate times. He couldn't blame them for their suspicion. The large wooden structure that served as both town hall and the mayor's residence stood slightly taller than surrounding buildings. Its front porch provided shelter from the falling snow, which was rapidly intensifying into what promised to be another brutal storm. Before Arthur could knock, the door swung open, revealing a slender man with spectacles and a neatly trimmed silver beard. Despite the circumstances, he maintained an air of dignity, his clothes modest but well maintained. "Mr. Morgan, I presume?" "I'm Thomas Crawford, elected mayor of what remains of Widow's Peak." He ushered Arthur inside with surprising warmth. "Please, come in before you freeze solid." The interior offered blessed relief from the biting cold. A roaring fire crackled in a large stone hearth, casting dancing shadows across the room's simple furnishings. Maps and documents covered a central table, and several oil lamps provided additional illumination. 3 other individuals rose as Arthur entered. A woman with steel-grey hair pulled into a severe bun, a young man whose left arm rested in a crude sling, and an older gentleman whose formal attire suggested he might be the local doctor. "This is our town council, what's left of it," Mayor Crawford explained, gesturing to each in turn. "Margaret Thorne runs our general store, Dr. Elias Wilson tends our wounded, and James here represents the miners who founded this settlement." Arthur nodded respectfully to each before removing his gloves and hat. "Your letter mentioned raiders. How bad is the situation?" The council members exchanged grim glances before Margaret spoke, her voice steady despite the worry etched into her features. "Started 3 weeks ago. First just small things, stolen livestock, damaged property, but it's escalated. Last attack, they burned the smithy with Jacob still inside. Shot 2 others who tried to help. They call themselves the Winter Wolves," added James, wincing as he adjusted his injured arm. "Led by a man named Blackwood. Cruel doesn't begin to describe him." Arthur had encountered plenty of cruel men in his time. Some he'd called friends, others he'd put in the ground. "How many in their gang?" 12, perhaps 15, replied Dr. Wilson, cleaning his spectacles with a handkerchief. "They've made their camp somewhere in the eastern peaks, but we haven't been able to locate it precisely. Anyone we've sent to scout hasn't returned. And no law to speak of, no one coming to help?" Arthur already knew the answer, but asked anyway. Mayor Crawford shook his head solemnly. "Nearest Marshall Station is in Crestfall, 3 days' ride in good weather. With these passes snowed in, we're on our own until spring thaw." He paused, studying Arthur carefully. "Your letter of introduction spoke highly of your capabilities. Said you've handled situations like this before." Arthur thought of Dutch's carefully worded letter, no doubt emphasizing his skills while conveniently omitting the many times those skills had been used against innocent folk rather than to protect them. That was the old Arthur, the enforcer, the collector, the man who didn't ask questions, the man he was trying to leave behind. "I've seen my share of troubles," Arthur acknowledged, "and I know predators when I see 'em. These winter wolves, they're waiting you out, weakening you bit by bit, until you've got nothing left to defend with. That's our assessment as well. confirmed Margaret, her expression hardening. Our food stores will last another 3 weeks, perhaps 4 if we stretch rations further. Ammunition is running low, and the next storm, she gestured toward the window, where snow now fell in thick swirling sheets. Arthur moved to the map spread across the table. Show me where they've attacked, where your defenses are weakest, and everything you know about their movements. As the council gathered around the table, Arthur felt the familiar weight of responsibility settling onto his shoulders. These people were desperate, placing their trust in a stranger with a violent past. Part of him wondered if he deserved that trust, if redemption was possible for a man who'd done the things he had. Another part remembered a different winter, years earlier, when the Vandalin gang had faced similar desperate circumstances and the terrible choices they'd made to survive. 7 years earlier, the mountain cabin creaked and groaned under the assault of howling winds. Snow had piled against the northern wall, reaching past the windowsills, effectively sealing that side of the structure. Inside, the Vandalin gang huddled around 2 meager fires, their provisions dwindling dangerously low after 3 weeks trapped by unseasonable blizzards. Young Arthur Morgan, not yet 30 but already hardened by years running with Dutch and Hosea, sat cleaning his revolver by firelight. Across from him, Dutch paced restlessly, his usual optimism strained by their increasingly dire situation. "We need supplies, Dutch," Hosea stated plainly, his voice quiet but firm. "Another week like this and we'll be eating our boots." Dutch paused his pacing, running a hand through his dark hair. "I'm well aware, old friend, but this storm shows no sign of breaking." "There's that mining settlement we passed 2 days' ride south," suggested a younger, lankier John Marston. "Might have been spared the worst of it being lower in the valley." Arthur watched Dutch's expression shift as he considered this possibility. He recognized that calculating look, had seen it many times before. It never boded well for whoever stood between Dutch and what he wanted. "Arthur, John," Dutch finally said, determination replacing uncertainty. "At first light, you'll make for that settlement. Bring back whatever supplies you can carry. And if they don't want to share?" John asked, though everyone present already knew the answer. Dutch's voice hardened. "Then you'll do what needs doing. The lives of our family come first." Arthur had nodded, pushing down the discomfort he felt. They needed food, medicine, ammunition. Their very survival depended on it. Yet as he looked around at their ragtag group, he wondered when they'd crossed the line from survivors to predators. The next morning, he and John had set out through knee-deep snow toward the mining community, each silently contemplating what awaited them and what they might become before the winter's end. A loud thump against the mayor's door startled Arthur from his memories. Malcolm burst in without knocking, snow clinging to his heavy coat and beard. "Riders spotted approaching from the North Pass," he reported breathlessly. "Too soon to tell if it's them, but best prepare regardless." The council members immediately sprung into action with practiced efficiency. Mayor Crawford gathered essential documents, while Margaret moved to a cabinet, retrieving several loaded revolvers. James, despite his injury, extinguished lamps to prevent providing easy targets through windows. Arthur moved to the door, peering out into the worsening storm. "How many defenders can you muster? Where's your strongest position?" "Church Bell Tower gives the best vantage," Malcolm replied, checking his rifle. "Got 3 men stationed there. Another 6 spread among buildings with clear sight lines to the northern approach. Everyone else is hunkered down with instructions to defend their homes if necessary." "Not nearly enough," Arthur muttered, calculations running through his mind. "Your buildings are too scattered, too many angles to cover." He studied the settlement layout, considering options. We need to consolidate to create a tighter defensive perimeter. Dr. Wilson joined them at the doorway. I've prepared the basement of my practice as a shelter. Stone foundation, single entrance, easily defended. Arthur nodded. That's our fallback position if things go badly. For now, I need to see these approaching riders. Margaret handed him a brass spyglass. From the church tower you'll see them when they clear the ridge. Bundling up against the intensifying storm, Arthur made his way through the swirling snow toward the small wooden church. Its modest bell tower rose perhaps 30 feet above the settlement, offering what should be a commanding view of the northern approach when visibility permitted. The interior of the church was dimly lit by a few candles, illuminating rough-hewn pews and a simple altar. A narrow ladder led to the tower above, where Arthur could hear the occasional murmur of voices from the lookouts posted there. Climbing carefully, Arthur emerged into the enclosed bell tower where 3 men huddled, taking turns watching through narrow openings in the wooden slats. They nodded respectfully as Arthur joined them, wordlessly offering him prime position at the northern-facing opening. Raising the spyglass, Arthur scanned the ridge where the trail descended toward the settlement. The snowfall made visibility poor, but he could just make out moving shapes against the white backdrop. Perhaps 5 or 6 riders, moving slowly through the deep snow. "See anything?" asked one of the lookouts, a young man barely out of his teens. "Not raiders," Arthur replied after careful observation. Moving too cautiously, keeping tight formation, he continued watching as the group navigated a particularly treacherous stretch of trail. "Looks like travelers, probably seeking shelter from the storm." The confirmation came minutes later as the group drew close enough to distinguish details. A family, parents, 3 children, and what appeared to be a grandfather, all bundled heavily against the elements, their wagon piled with possessions. Refugees, perhaps, or settlers seeking a new beginning in an unforgiving land. Arthur descended the tower to alert Malcolm, who organized a small party to help the newcomers through the barricade. Within half an hour, the exhausted family had been escorted to Dr. Wilson's home, where they could warm themselves and receive hot food. The false alarm had briefly united the townsfolk in purpose, but Arthur noted how quickly they returned to their anxious vigilance. This settlement lived under a cloud of fear, jumping at shadows. It was exactly what the raiders wanted, to wear them down psychologically before the final assault. As evening fell, Arthur found himself seated at a small table in what passed for the local saloon, little more than a large room attached to someone's home, with a modest bar and a few scattered tables. The proprietor, a heavy-set man named Sullivan with an impressive mustache, served Arthur a bowl of stew and a mug of something that only charitably could be called whiskey. "On the house," Sullivan insisted. "Least we can do for someone willing to help." Arthur accepted with thanks, though the stew proved disappointingly watery, evidence of the dwindling supplies. As he ate, he observed the handful of other patrons, mostly men speaking in hushed tones, occasionally casting curious glances his way. One figure in particular caught Arthur's attention, a weathered man, perhaps 50 years old, sitting alone in the corner, watching Arthur with unusual intensity. Unlike the others, whose curiosity seemed born of desperate hope, this man's gaze held something closer to recognition. When Arthur had finished his meal, the man approached, carrying his own drink. Without invitation, he sat across from Arthur, studying him openly. "Don't remember me, do you, Morgan?" Arthur tensed, hand instinctively moving closer to his holstered revolver. "Can't say that I do." The man offered a humorless smile. "Name's Weber. Ran with the Dixon boys out of New Austin. about 8 years back. You and Dutch Vanderlind relieved us of a rather substantial payroll we'd taken from the railway. Memory flickered in Arthur's mind. A skirmish near the border, Dutch negotiating with rival outlaws while Arthur kept them covered. It hadn't ended peacefully. That was a lifetime ago, Arthur replied carefully. Weber nodded. For some of us, more literally than others. 3 of my friends died that day. He took a long sip of his drink. Strange to find you here, playing hero. I'm just helping folks who need it, Arthur said evenly, same as anyone would. But you ain't just anyone, are you? Weber leaned forward. I heard stories about the Vanderlyn gang over the years. Robberies, killings. Don't seem like the type to ride to the rescue. Arthur met the man's gaze directly. People change, Weber. Or try to. Do they now? Weber seemed skeptical. These people think you're here to save them. They don't know what you really are. And what am I? A wolf in shepherd's clothing. Weber finished his drink. Question is, when these winter wolves come howling, which pack will you really be running with? Before Arthur could respond, commotion erupted outside. Shouts and the pounding of boots on wooden boardwalks sent both men to their feet. Arthur moved swiftly to the door, Weber close behind. Outside, townspeople rushed toward the southern edge of the settlement, several carrying lanterns that cast eerie, dancing shadows across the snow-covered ground. Arthur sprinted to join them, hand on his gun. The crowd had gathered around a lone horse that had wandered into town, a magnificent black stallion, exhausted and trembling, its sides heaving with exertion. Tied across its back was a body, face down and motionless. "It's Thomas," someone cried. "Thomas Reed." Dr. Wilson pushed through the gathering, quickly examining the unconscious man before ordering several townsmen to carry him to the medical practice. Arthur caught a glimpse of the victim's face, badly beaten, dried blood caked in his beard. "It was one of our scouts," Malcolm explained grimly as they followed the impromptu stretcher, sent out 3 days ago to track the raiders' movements. Once inside the doctor's building, Arthur watched as Wilson and his assistant worked efficiently to assess the injured man's condition. Thomas Reed had suffered multiple broken ribs, a dislocated shoulder, and countless lacerations and contusions. But most disturbing was what had been carved into his chest. A crude image of a wolf's head. "He's been marked," Margaret whispered, her face pale. "They all get marked before they're sent back. He's the first to return alive," added Mayor Crawford, his voice thick with emotion. "The others." Thomas stirred, eyes fluttering open briefly. Dr. Wilson leaned close, attempting to reassure his patient. The injured man's lips moved, forming words too quiet to hear. Wilson bent closer, listening intently, before straightening with a troubled expression. "Says they're coming. Tomorrow night, with the storm." A heavy silence fell over the room, broken only by Thomas's labored breathing. Arthur stepped forward, kneeling beside the injured man. "Tarnas," he said quietly but firmly. "Where are they based? How many?" The scout's eyes focused with difficulty. "Sea cabin? Old trapper's cabin. Northeast Ridge." His voice was barely audible. 15 men, maybe more now. Heavily armed. "Blackwood," Arthur prompted. "Their leader." Thomas's expression contorted with fear. "Not human. Devil in man's skin." His breathing grew more labored. "Said, tell everyone. Nowhere to hide. Nowhere to run." Dr. Wilson administered laudanum to ease the man's pain, and soon Thomas drifted into drug-induced unconsciousness. The doctor ushered everyone except his assistant from the room, promising to alert them if Thomas's condition changed, or if he provided additional information. Outside in the hallway, panic threatened to overwhelm the town council. James paced anxiously while Margaret stared silently out a frost-covered window. Mayor Crawford seemed to have aged years in minutes. His shoulders slumped under an invisible weight. "We need to evacuate," James insisted. "Pack what we can carry and make for Crestfall before they attack. Through mountain passes in a blizzard, with children and elderly," Margaret countered, "we'd be burying half the town before we made it halfway there. And abandoning the rest to those animals," added Malcolm. "I won't run." Arthur listened to their desperate debate, understanding both impulses, to flee or to fight. Neither offered favorable odds. His mind worked methodically through potential strategies, weighing what he knew against the many unknowns. "I need to find their camp," he finally announced, cutting through the argument. "Confirm their numbers, assess their weapons, understand their approach." "That's suicide," James protested. "You saw what they did to Thomas." "Which is exactly why someone needs to do proper reconnaissance," Arthur insisted. "You can't defend effectively if you're blind." Mayor Crawford studied Arthur carefully. "When would you go?" "First light," Arthur replied. "If their camp is where Thomas indicated, I can reach it by midday, observe their preparations, and be back before they move against the settlement." Weber, who had followed them to the doctor's office, spoke up from the doorway. "That northeast ridge is treacherous in good weather. In this," he gestured toward the window where snow continued to fall heavily, "you'll need someone who knows these mountains." Arthur regarded the former outlaw skeptically. "And that's you?" "Trapped up here 3 winters now," Weber confirmed. "Know every pass and ridge for 20 miles, including that old trapper's cabin." The council members exchanged uncertain glances, clearly uncomfortable entrusting such a critical mission to a known criminal. But Arthur recognized the practical value of local knowledge, especially in such hazardous terrain. "Fine," Arthur conceded. "We leave at dawn. But understand something, Weber. If this is some kind of trick, or if you're somehow working with these winter wolves, you'll never see spring." Weber's weathered face remained impassive. "Agreed. But you should know, Morgan. Folks around here say Blackwood used to ride with one of the big gangs out east. Man's got a reputation for holding grudges." A significant pause, especially against former associates who crossed him. The implication hung heavy in the air. Arthur had made many enemies over his years riding with Dutch, some whose names he couldn't even recall. Could this Blackwood be someone from his past? The possibility added another layer of complication to an already dangerous situation. As the council dispersed to prepare defenses and calm anxious townsfolk, Arthur found himself alone with Weber in the empty hallway. The older outlaw studied him with undisguised curiosity. "You really think you can save these people, Morgan?" Arthur met his gaze steadily. "I think they deserve a fighting chance." Weber shook his head slowly. "World doesn't work on deserving. Never has." He turned to leave, but paused. "Get some rest. Tomorrow's gonna be a hard ride." Left alone, Arthur felt the weight of exhaustion from his journey settling into his bones. Mayor Crawford had arranged lodging for him in a small room above the general store, sparse but clean, with a narrow bed and a pot-bellied stove providing adequate warmth. As he removed his gun belt and heavy coat, Arthur's thoughts drifted again to that winter years ago, when he and the gang had faced their own desperate circumstances. The decisions made then still haunted him, a debt he could never fully repay. 7 years earlier, the mining settlement had appeared through the falling snow like a mirage, a cluster of sturdy buildings with glowing windows, smoke rising peacefully from chimneys. Arthur and John had observed from a ridge above, counting approximately 20 structures and perhaps 40 residents. "Looks peaceful enough," John had commented, breath forming clouds in the frigid air. Arthur grunted in agreement. "Let's hope they're feeling charitable." They had approached openly, hands visible, attempting to appear as non-threatening as two armed, weather-beaten outlaws could manage. The settlement's residents greeted them cautiously but not hostilely, hard-working miners and their families, who understood the dangers of mountain winters. When Arthur explained their situation, a group trapped by storms, running low on supplies, the settlement's unofficial leader, a grizzled foreman named Hayes, had shown unexpected generosity. "We don't have much to spare," Hayes had told them, "but we won't let folks starve if we can help it. Each family can contribute something: dried meat, flour, coffee." Arthur remembered the relief he'd felt, the gratitude that they wouldn't need to resort to violence. He and John had been invited to warm themselves by the communal fire, even offered hot meals, while the residents gathered what supplies they could spare. Then Dutch had arrived. Arthur never learned what prompted Dutch to follow them. Impatience, perhaps, or distrust of the mining folk. Whatever the reason, he'd appeared with Bill Williamson and Davy Callender, all heavily armed and wearing expressions that Arthur had learned to dread. "I see you've made some friends," Dutch had observed, his charm barely concealing something darker beneath. Very generous friends from the looks of it. What followed still sickened Arthur to remember. Dutch had deemed the offered supplies insufficient, insisting they needed enough to see the entire gang through winter. When Hayes protested they couldn't survive themselves if they gave more, Dutch had simply smiled that terrible smile. "Then I guess we find ourselves at an impasse." The first shot had come from Davy's gun, striking Hayes in the shoulder. Chaos erupted immediately, miners scrambling for weapons, women gathering children, Dutch's calm voice cutting through the panic with demands. "Everything of value, now, or we burn this place to the ground." Arthur had participated, hating himself with every action. They'd taken everything: food, medicine, ammunition, warm clothing, loaded it all onto sleds while the miners watched helplessly, those who resisted lying wounded or worse in the bloodied snow. As they prepared to depart, Dutch had made one final cruel decision. "Burn the storeroom," he ordered Bill. "Can't have them coming after us, and a little insurance seems prudent." "Dutch, there's no need," Arthur had protested. "They've got women, children, and they'll still have shelter and some provisions." Dutch cut him off. "Which is more than we'd have had. This is survival, Arthur. Nothing personal." The flames had risen against the grey winter sky as they departed, carrying their stolen bounty. Arthur hadn't looked back, couldn't bear to see what they'd left behind. He told himself they had no choice, that their family's survival demanded hard decisions. But in the years since, faces from that mining settlement had joined the growing procession of ghosts that haunted his dreams, innocents who had suffered so that the Vandalin gang could prosper. Arthur woke with a start, disoriented briefly, before remembering where he was. Outside the small window, the first hint of grey dawn light struggled through the still falling snow. The storm showed no signs of abating. If anything, it had intensified overnight. Dressing quickly, Arthur checked his weapons and provisions. For the scouting mission ahead, he'd travel light, just essential supplies, ammunition, and his most reliable firearms. Speed and stealth would matter more than firepower. In the pre-dawn gloom, Arthur made his way to the town's stables, where he'd arranged to meet Weber. The older outlaw was already there, checking the cinch on a sturdy mountain horse. He acknowledged Arthur with a nod. "Storm's getting worse," Weber observed, glancing toward the heavy clouds. "Another day, we'd call this madness." "Then why come?" Arthur asked as he prepared his own mount. Weber's expression darkened. "These winter wolves hit a family homestead last month. Friends of mine lived there, found what was left of them after the thaw." He tightened his saddle with unnecessary force. "Some debts need paying." Arthur understood revenge as motivation. It was simpler, cleaner than his own complicated reasons for helping the settlement. As they prepared to depart, Malcolm arrived with a small package wrapped in oilskin. "Provisions," he explained, handing it to Arthur. "Not much, but might keep you going." He hesitated, then added, "Town's counting on you, Mr. Morgan. Maybe that's not fair, but it's the truth all the same." Arthur accepted the package with a nod. "We'll be back before nightfall. Meanwhile, get everyone consolidated into defendable positions. Church, doctor's office, general store, buildings with stone foundations and limited access points." With final instructions exchanged, Arthur and Weber departed through the eastern barricade, immediately confronting the full force of the storm. Wind-driven snow reduced visibility to mere yards, and the temperature had dropped further overnight, making each breath painful. They rode in silence for the first hour, following a barely discernible trail that wound steadily upward toward the towering ridge. Weber led with confidence, despite the challenging conditions, occasionally pointing out landmarks nearly invisible through the swirling white. As they climbed higher, the wind intensified, howling through narrow passes and creating disorienting snow devils that spiraled across their path. Arthur's face burned from constant exposure to the elements, despite his attempts to shield it with a bandana. "Trail narrows ahead," Weber called back over the wind. "Single file from here, watch for ice." The path indeed constricted dramatically, hugging a cliff face with a sheer drop to the right that disappeared into swirling whiteness. Arthur focused intently on guiding his horse safely, trying not to contemplate the consequences of a misstep. When they finally reached a relatively sheltered plateau, Weber signaled a brief halt. Both men dismounted, stomping feet and swinging arms to restore circulation. "Trappers' cabins just over that rise," Weber explained, gesturing toward a snow-covered incline ahead. "If they're using it as a base, they'll have sentries posted." Arthur nodded, already planning their approach. "We'll leave the horses here, continue on foot. Can approach from downwind using those rock formations for cover." Weber agreed, securing their mounts in a sheltered depression before retrieving a spyglass similar to the one Arthur had used in the church tower. Together, they advanced cautiously toward the rise, moving from cover to cover with practiced stealth. Reaching the crest, both men lay prone in the snow, ignoring the biting cold, as Weber extended the spyglass. Through breaks in the snowfall, they could make out a sturdy log structure nestled against the mountainside. Smoke rose from its stone chimney, and several horses stood huddled beneath a crude lean-to. "I count 4 men outside," Arthur murmured, having borrowed the spyglass. 2 by the main entrance, 2 working with the horses, no way to tell how many inside. Weber nodded grimly. "Cabin that size could comfortably hold 8, maybe 10 men, more if they're packed in tight." Arthur continued his surveillance, noting defenses and potential weaknesses. The cabin occupied a strong defensive position with clear sight lines in most directions and only one obvious approach. Its construction appeared solid, thick logs would resist most firearms, and the single door and few windows limited access points. "Need to get closer," Arthur decided, returning the spyglass. "See if we can hear anything, maybe get a head count." Weber looked skeptical. Risky. Snow stopped falling as heavy. They'll spot movement easier now. We didn't come all this way to turn back with half the information we need, Arthur countered. I'll go. You keep watch from here. Cover me if things go bad. Before Weber could protest further, Arthur began making his way down the slope, using natural depressions and scattered pine trees for concealment. Moving slowly and deliberately, he approached from the cabin's blind side, where a woodpile and supply cache provided additional cover. Drawing closer, Arthur could hear voices, men complaining about the cold, discussing plans, occasional bursts of coarse laughter. He settled behind the woodpile, close enough now to make out individual conversations. Tired of waiting, one voice growled. Should hit them now, get it over with. Blackwood says wait for the storm to peak, replied another. Said they'll be blind, panicked, easier pickings. Since when did Blackwood start caring about easy? A third voice chimed in. Man usually prefers blood and screaming. Grim laughter followed this observation, confirming Arthur's suspicions about the leader's temperament. He continued listening, gathering valuable intelligence about numbers, 14 men plus Blackwood, weapons, primarily repeating rifles and revolvers with mention of dynamite, and their planned approach, simultaneous attack from north and south during peak storm conditions. Most concerning was mention of a particular target. Apparently Blackwood had unfinished business with someone in the settlement. Arthur couldn't discern who, but the anticipation in the raiders' voices suggested this was personal, not merely opportunistic. Having gathered what information he could without risking closer approach, Arthur began his careful withdrawal. He'd nearly reached the slope when disaster struck. His foot dislodged a hidden branch beneath the snow, sending several logs tumbling from the woodpile with a series of dull thuds. What was that? Came an immediate call from around the cabin. Probably just snow falling from the trees again, responded another voice, closer to Arthur's position. Check it anyway, ordered the first speaker. Blackwood'll skin us alive if we miss something. Arthur froze, pressing himself against the ground as footsteps crunched through snow toward his position. Drawing his knife silently, he prepared for the likelihood of close-quarters combat, a necessary evil to prevent raising the alarm. The footsteps grew closer, accompanied by muttered complaints about paranoid leadership. Arthur tensed, calculating the precise moment to strike, when a sudden commotion from the far side of the camp drew the sentry's attention. "Rider coming in," someone shouted, followed by a flurry of activity. The approaching sentry immediately abandoned his investigation of the woodpile, hurrying toward the main entrance. Arthur seized the opportunity, retreating swiftly up the slope while attention focused elsewhere. Reaching Weber's position, Arthur signaled for immediate withdrawal. They retreated to their horses in tense silence, mounting quickly and putting distance between themselves and the raider camp before finally stopping in a sheltered ravine. "What happened?" Weber demanded. "Thought you were done for when I saw that sentry heading your way." "Lucky timing," Arthur replied, describing the arriving rider that had created the distraction. "Got what we needed, though. 14 men, plus their leader, planning to hit the settlement from 2 directions during the storm's peak tonight." Weber absorbed this information with a grim expression. "That's more than the town can handle, even with warning." "Maybe," Arthur acknowledged, "but knowing their plan gives us an advantage. We can prepare ambush points, focus our defenses." He paused, considering. "Did you recognize any names while I was down there? Blackwood seems to have specific business with someone in town." Weber shook his head. "Could be anyone. Lot of folks in that settlement have pasts they don't discuss." He studied Arthur thoughtfully. "Including you." Arthur ignored the implication. We need to get back, prepare the defenses, storms intensifying. If we leave now, we can beat the worst of it. They rode hard through deteriorating conditions, the temperature plummeting as afternoon wore on. The relatively clear visibility they'd enjoyed earlier vanished, replaced by near whiteout conditions that tested even Weber's knowledge of the terrain. Twice they were forced to dismount and lead their horses through particularly treacherous stretches, fighting against wind that threatened to sweep them from narrow trails. Ice formed on beards and eyebrows, and fingers grew numb despite heavy gloves. The settlement came into view just as daylight began fading, a welcome sight after the brutal journey. They were immediately admitted through the barricade, where anxious faces awaited news. Mayor Crawford ushered them into the town hall where the council had gathered. Dr. Wilson provided hot coffee while Arthur and Weber thawed enough to give their report. Arthur detailed everything he'd observed: the raiders' numbers, weaponry, and planned approach. They'll hit from north and south simultaneously, Arthur explained, indicating positions on the settlement map. Using the storm as cover, hoping we'll be disoriented and unable to coordinate defense. 14 men, Margaret Thorne repeated grimly. Plus this Blackwood character. Against our, 10 capable fighters? 11, corrected Weber, earning surprised glances. I can handle a rifle well enough. 12, added Arthur firmly. But it's not just about numbers. They're expecting scared townspeople huddling in separate buildings. We need to change the scenario. Create something they're not prepared for. Arthur outlined his strategy, consolidating the entire settlement population into 3 central, defensible buildings connected by covered walkways. The church would serve as the command position, offering height advantage from its tower. The doctor's stone foundation home would shelter non-combatants, while the adjacent general store would house additional defenders. We'll create the impression of a scattered defense, Arthur continued. Lights in various buildings, occasional movement past windows. Meanwhile, we'll establish ambush positions here and here. He indicated choke points on both anticipated approaches. Hit them before they realize what's happening. The plan wasn't foolproof, but it offered better odds than passive defense. The council approved it unanimously, and preparations began immediately. Every able-bodied resident worked frantically through the afternoon, moving supplies, reinforcing positions, creating covered passages between key buildings. Arthur supervised the defensive preparations, positioning sharpshooters and establishing clear fields of fire. Weber, to Arthur's mild surprise, worked diligently alongside the townspeople, his knowledge of winter warfare proving valuable as they prepared snowbanks as additional cover. As evening approached, a solemn mood settled over the defenders. Families shared what might be final embraces before separating. Fighters to their positions, non-combatants to the reinforced shelter. Children were unusually quiet, sensing the gravity of the situation through their parents' tense expressions. Arthur found himself in the church tower as darkness fell completely, watching the blizzard intensify to fearsome strength. Visibility had diminished to mere feet, and the wind howled with unnatural ferocity around the wooden structure. If the raiders held to their plan, they would attack within hours. The scrape of boots on the ladder announced Weber's arrival. The older outlaw carried 2 steaming mugs, offering one to Arthur. Coffee, with a medicinal addition, Weber explained with a hint of a smile. Thought you could use it. Arthur accepted gratefully, the whiskey-laced coffee burning pleasantly down his throat. Didn't expect you to stick around for the fight. Weber shrugged, considered making tracks. Old habits. He took a drink from his own mug. But some things you just can't run from, no matter how far you go. They stood in companionable silence, watching the storm rage. Finally, Weber spoke again, his voice barely audible above the wind. Business back at the cabin. Blackwood having specific targets, been thinking on it. He hesitated. There's a family here, the Crawfords. Arthur's attention sharpened. The mayor? Weber nodded. His wife, Elizabeth, was married before, to a man named Blackwood. The revelation landed heavily. You think, don't know for certain, Weber interrupted. But Elizabeth left her first husband years back, fled west with their young daughter. Story goes he was violent, dangerous. Mayor took them in, married her eventually. And you're just mentioning this now? Arthur demanded. Only connected it recently, Weber defended. Blackwood's not an uncommon name. But if it's the same man, then this isn't just about supplies or territory. Arthur concluded grimly. It's personal. The implications complicated an already desperate situation. A man pursuing vengeance against a former spouse would be unpredictable, potentially willing to sacrifice his own men to achieve his goal. Arthur needed to speak with the mayor immediately. 7 years earlier, the provisions stolen from the mining settlement had carried the Vandelin gang through the worst of winter. By early spring, they'd made it down from the mountains, continuing their nomadic existence across the territories. Arthur had never returned to that mining community, never learned what became of its residents after Dutch's cruel raid. He'd pushed the incident from his mind, focusing instead on the next score, the next hideout, the next adventure. But one evening, nearly a year later, he'd overheard Hosea and Dutch arguing in hushed tones outside camp. Didn't need to be that way, Hosea had insisted, his normally gentle voice hard with anger. Those mining folk were willing to share what they could, and it wouldn't have been enough, Dutch countered defensively. I made a difficult decision to protect our family. Did you? Or did you see an opportunity and take it, regardless of the cost to others? Hosea's question hung in the air. I've heard what happened up there, Dutch. After we left, Arthur had inched closer, straining to hear. When you burned their storeroom, it spread. Took 3 buildings before they controlled it. 2 children died, Dutch. 2 children. Arthur had frozen, the blood draining from his face. Children, dead because of their actions, because of his compliance with Dutch's orders. That's regrettable, Dutch had replied, his voice strained, but we couldn't have known. We've become the very thing we claim to fight against, Hosea interrupted. Predators preying on the vulnerable. Arthur had slipped away then, unable to bear more. That night, alone, on watch, he'd wept for the first time in years, for innocent lives lost, and for his own soul, tarnished by choices he couldn't undo. Mayor Crawford's face drained of color as Arthur related Weber's suspicion about Blackwood's identity. Elizabeth Crawford, seated beside her husband, covered her mouth with trembling hands. Jonathan, she whispered. It can't be. But the fear in her eyes told Arthur that she believed it entirely possible. The mayor gently took his wife's hand. We thought he was dead, Crawford explained, his voice unnaturally steady. There was word of a shootout in Blackwater years ago. Elizabeth's former husband was reportedly killed. Evidently those reports were exaggerated, Weber commented dryly from his position by the window. Elizabeth gathered herself visibly, straightening her shoulders. If it is Jonathan, he won't stop. Not ever. He swore he'd find us, that no one else would ever. She trailed off, unable to continue. Where's your daughter now? Arthur asked, already calculating how this changed their defense strategy. Sarah's 17 now, the mayor replied. She's helping Dr. Wilson organize medical supplies. Arthur nodded thoughtfully. She stays in the doctor's building, surrounded by defenders at all times. Mrs. Crawford, too. He turned to Weber. We need to adjust our ambush positions. If Blackwood's real target is the Crawford family, he might abandon the main assault force, try to reach them directly. For the next hour they refined their strategy, accounting for this new information. Additional defenders were assigned to the doctor's building, and escape routes were established should the worst occur. Through it all, Elizabeth Crawford maintained remarkable composure. Though Arthur recognized the haunted look in her eyes, the expression of someone who had lived too long with fear. As they concluded their planning, a commotion arose from the church tower. The lookout had spotted movement on the northern approach, indistinct shapes moving through the blizzard toward the settlement. The raid had begun. Everyone to positions, Arthur ordered calmly. Remember the plan. Let them commit before we spring the trap. Defenders moved quickly to their assigned locations. Arthur positioned himself near the concealed passage between the general store and church, giving him flexibility to respond where needed. Weber took command of the southern defense, his experience evident in his confident direction of the townspeople who'd volunteered to fight. Through the howling gale, Arthur detected sounds that didn't belong to the storm. The soft crunch of multiple footsteps in snow, the occasional metallic click of weapons being readied. He signaled silently to the defenders nearest him, indicating the approaching threat. As planned, several buildings maintained normal appearance, lamps visible through windows, occasional shadows suggesting occupants unaware of danger. The raiders advanced cautiously but confidently, believing the storm provided perfect cover for their approach. Arthur watched through a frost-rimmed window as dark figures materialized from the swirling snow. 7 men approaching from the northern edge, moving in loose formation toward what they believed were vulnerable, isolated buildings. The first shots came from the southern approach, Weber's team engaging the second group of raiders. The sharp crack of rifle fire cut through the storm's wail, immediately alerting the northern group that surprise had been lost. Arthur gave the signal, and the northern defenders opened fire from concealed positions. 2 raiders fell immediately, while the others scrambled for cover, returning fire with angry shouts of surprise and confusion. Bullets splintered wood and shattered glass as Arthur moved between firing positions, coordinating the defense. The raiders found themselves caught in a deadly crossfire, their expected easy targets replaced by determined, well-positioned defenders. Through the chaos, Arthur kept track of the raiders' positions, counting their numbers with each glimpse or shot fired. Something wasn't right. He counted only 5 attackers in the northern group, not the 7 expected, and the southern team had reported similar discrepancy. A chilling realization struck him. Blackwood and several men had split from the main force, seeking another entry point to reach their true target. Arthur fought his way to Weber's position, ducking bullets and blinding snow. "They've divided their forces," he shouted over the gunfire. "Blackwood's leading a separate group, probably toward the doctor's building." Weber nodded grimly, immediately redirecting 2 defenders to reinforce the structure housing the Crawford family and other non-combatants. Arthur pressed through the covered walkway toward the same destination, cursing as a stray bullet tore through the canvas, mere inches from his head. Reaching the doctor's building, Arthur found the defenders alert, but reporting no approach yet. He positioned himself near a rear window, surveying the swirling darkness for any sign of movement. The raiders' main force continued their assault on the primary buildings, unaware they were merely a distraction for Blackwood's true purpose. Minutes passed with agonizing slowness, punctuated by gunfire and shouted commands from both sides. Arthur strained his senses against the storm's fury, certain that danger approached from an unexpected direction. His instinct proved correct when the basement window imploded inward, followed immediately by the dull thump of something heavy landing on the floor below. Arthur recognized the sound instantly. "Dynamite!" he shouted, lunging toward the basement stairs. "Everyone down!" The explosion rocked the building's foundation, sending dust and debris cascading from ceiling beams. Through the settling dust, shadowy figures poured through the newly created breach in the basement wall. 4 men, led by a tall figure whose very movements radiated menace. Arthur fired rapidly, dropping the first raider through the breach. The others scattered, returning fire as women and children screamed in terror. Dr. Wilson hurried the non-combatants toward the reinforced storage room as designated in their emergency plans. Through smoke and chaos, Arthur caught glimpse of the lead attacker, a lean man with a heavily scarred face partially concealed by a dark beard. He moved with predatory grace, ignoring the general mayhem while scanning faces with single-minded purpose. Blackwood. The raider leader spotted Elizabeth Crawford hurrying her daughter toward safety, his expression transformed, hatred and triumph mingling into something inhuman. He raised his revolver deliberately, taking aim at the fleeing woman. Arthur lunged forward, tackling Blackwood just as he fired. The bullet went wide, splintering the doorframe as both men crashed to the floor. Arthur struck hard with his pistol grip, but Blackwood rolled with surprising agility, knife suddenly gleaming in his free hand. The blade slashed across Arthur's forearm, drawing blood but missing anything vital. Arthur kicked hard, creating separation between them before scrambling to his feet. Blackwood rose as well, eyes burning with cold fury. "You're interfering with personal business, friend," Blackwood growled, voice surprisingly cultured despite his savage appearance. "Step aside, live to see morning." "Can't do that," Arthur replied evenly, keeping his weapon trained on the raider leader. "These people are under my protection." Blackwood's scarred face twisted into something resembling amusement. "Arthur Morgan playing hero," he spat contemptuously. "I've heard tales of the Vanderlinde butcher. Didn't believe you'd gone soft." The recognition startled Arthur momentarily. "You know me?" "Not personally," Blackwood admitted, shifting subtly to improve his position. "But reputations travel, especially among our kind." His gaze hardened. "Now, last chance. The woman and girl are mine by right. Family business." "Not happening," Arthur stated firmly. Blackwood's attack came with explosive speed, firing while simultaneously lunging forward with his knife. Arthur dove sideways, returning fire as bullets tore through the space he'd occupied moments before. The exchange sent other combatants scattering for cover, creating a makeshift arena for their personal battle. They circled warily, 2 predators recognizing the deadly capability in each other. Arthur had faced countless adversaries over his violent career, but something in Blackwood's eyes warned him this opponent was different. A man consumed entirely by obsession, immune to pain or reason. Their deadly dance continued through the basement as battle raged elsewhere in the settlement. Occasional gunfire indicated the main raider force still engaged with the town's defenders, but here, in this smoky underground space, a more personal conflict played out. The fighters locked in brutal close-quarters combat, exchanging vicious blows, each seeking advantage. Arthur's greatest strength met Blackwood's feral speed, neither gaining decisive edge. Blood spattered across floorboards from cuts and split skin. During one furious exchange, Arthur caught glimpse of Elizabeth Crawford watching from the storage room doorway, her daughter behind her. The recognition in the woman's eyes confirmed Weber's suspicion. This was indeed her former husband, returned like a nightmare from the past. The momentary distraction cost Arthur dearly. Blackwood's knife found purchase in his shoulder, driving deep before Arthur could deflect the blow. Pain exploded through his left side, momentarily numbing the arm. He staggered backward, maintaining grip on his revolver through sheer will. Blackwood pressed his advantage, sensing weakness. His next attack drove Arthur against the stone wall, knife seeking vital targets with practiced precision. Arthur defended desperately, using his wounded arm to block despite the agony each movement caused. "You should have minded your own affairs, Morgan," Blackwood taunted, sensing victory close. Dying for strangers, pathetic end for a man once feared across 5 territories. Arthur responded not with words but with sudden explosive violence. Ignoring the burning pain in his shoulder, he headbutted Blackwood with crushing force, feeling the satisfying crunch of cartilage as the man's nose shattered under impact. The surprise attack created momentary separation. Arthur pressed forward relentlessly, alternating punishing body blows with short, vicious strikes to Blackwood's already damaged face. The raider leader stumbled backward, blood streaming from his ruined nose, expression transformed to murderous rage. "I'll kill every soul in this miserable settlement," Blackwood howled, abandoning any pretense of control. "Burn it all, salt the earth." His tirade ended abruptly as a single gunshot echoed through the basement. Blackwood froze, confusion replacing rage as he looked down at the spreading crimson stain on his chest. Behind him stood Elizabeth Crawford, hands steady around the revolver she'd just fired. "Not this time, Jonathan," she said quietly as Blackwood crumpled to his knees. "Never again." The raider leader's mouth worked soundlessly, blood bubbling at the corners as life rapidly drained away. His gaze remained fixed on Elizabeth until the final moment when his eyes glazed and his body slumped lifelessly to the floor. Silence descended, broken only by the distant sounds of conflict elsewhere in the settlement. Arthur moved to Elizabeth's side, gently taking the weapon from her trembling hands. "You didn't have a choice," he assured her quietly. She nodded once, composure remarkably intact. "I've lived in fear of that man for 15 years, Mr. Morgan. Today that ends." She turned toward the storage room where her daughter waited. "Sarah needs me." Arthur watched her go, respect mingling with understanding. Sometimes demons from the past could only be vanquished through direct confrontation, a truth he understood all too well. The remaining raiders in the basement had either fled or been neutralized by the defenders. Arthur made his way upstairs, shoulder throbbing painfully with each movement, to assess the broader situation. Outside, gunfire had diminished significantly. Without their leader and caught in the deadly crossfire Arthur had arranged, the surviving raiders had begun retreating back into the storm. Several defenders pursued briefly before Weber wisely called them back, unwilling to risk lives chasing fleeing men through a blizzard. By midnight, the settlement had secured its safety. 5 raiders lay dead, including Blackwood, with perhaps twice that number wounded or fled into the night. The defenders had suffered as well, 2 men killed, several others wounded to varying degrees. Dr. Wilson worked tirelessly, prioritizing the most serious injuries while his assistant tended to minor wounds. Arthur submitted to having his shoulder wound cleaned and bandaged, though he refused laudanum, needing to maintain clarity until he was certain all danger had passed. The knife had penetrated muscle but missed anything vital, painful but not life-threatening with proper care. As dawn approached, the storm finally began abating. Exhausted defenders maintained watches while the rest of the settlement's population emerged from shelter, beginning the process of assessing damage and tending to their community's needs. Buildings had been damaged, supplies depleted, and blood stained the snow in stark crimson patches. But Widow's Peak had survived. Arthur found himself standing on the church steps as first light illuminated the settlement. Weber joined him, smoking a hand-rolled cigarette despite his split lip and bandaged hand. "Quite a night," the older outlaw commented, gazing out at the damaged buildings being inspected by their owners. Arthur nodded wearily. Town showed its mettle. Raiders weren't expecting that kind of resistance. Blackwood especially, Weber added meaningfully. Man spent years obsessing over his lost wife and daughter, building his reputation, gathering men, all ended by the very woman he terrorized. He shook his head with grudging admiration. Poetic, in its way. They stood in companionable silence, watching the settlement slowly returning to life around them. Mayor Crawford approached eventually, extending his hand to Arthur. "Mr. Morgan, there are no words adequate to express our gratitude," he said earnestly. "Without your help, this community would have been destroyed. My family," he faltered briefly. "We owe you everything." Arthur accepted the handshake, uncomfortable with such effusive praise. "Just happened to be passing through at the right time." Crawford smiled knowingly. "Providence, perhaps. In any case, you'll always have friends in Widow's Peak." He glanced toward where members of the town council were organizing repair efforts. "I should help with the rebuilding. Excuse me." As Crawford departed, Weber studied Arthur with undisguised curiosity. "So, what now, Morgan? Back to Dutch and the gang?" Arthur gazed out at the mountains where golden morning light now touched snow-covered peaks. The storm had passed, leaving behind a landscape transformed, pristine, peaceful, possibilities stretching endlessly toward the horizon. "Not just yet," Arthur replied thoughtfully. "Figure these folks could use another hand rebuilding, least I can do." Weber nodded, seemingly unsurprised by this decision. "Heard there's good hunting in these mountains. Might stick around myself for a spell." He flicked his cigarette into a snowbank. "Funny how things work out. Two old outlaws finding something worth protecting." Arthur said nothing, but the observation resonated unexpectedly. Perhaps this was what redemption looked like. Not grand gestures or complete absolution, but small choices accumulating over time, chances to balance the scales, however incrementally. 3 weeks later, the settlement had largely recovered from the raider attack. Damaged buildings stood repaired, defenses strengthened, and a new sense of community solidarity had emerged from shared hardship. Arthur had remained as promised, contributing to the rebuilding efforts despite his healing shoulder wound. On a clear, cold morning, Arthur prepared his horse for departure. The mountain passes had finally cleared enough to permit safe travel, and he'd delayed his return to the gang long enough. Dutch would be wondering, perhaps even concerned, about his extended absence. As he secured his saddlebags, familiar faces gathered to bid him farewell. Mayor Crawford and Elizabeth, Dr. Wilson, Malcolm, Weber, even Margaret Thorne had closed her general store briefly to see him off. "The settlement won't forget what you did, Mr. Morgan," Crawford stated, offering a package of provisions for his journey. "There will always be a place for you here should you ever wish to return." "Appreciate that," Arthur replied sincerely, touched by the gesture despite his discomfort with recognition. Weber stood slightly apart from the others, expression unreadable beneath his weathered features. As Arthur mounted his horse, the former outlaw approached, offering a brief nod. "Safe travels, Morgan," he said simply. Arthur returned the nod, understanding the volumes communicated in that sparse farewell. Between men who'd lived as they had, elaborate speech was unnecessary. Weber had found something resembling peace in this mountain settlement, a second chance Arthur hoped might still await him somewhere down the trail. As Arthur rode from Widow's Peak, following the winding trail down toward the lowlands, he carried more than just supplies and the gratitude of the settlement's residents. He'd glimpsed a different path, one not determined by Dutch's grand visions or the gang's increasingly destructive choices. The ghosts of past winters, innocent lives damaged by his actions, would never fully disappear. But perhaps, through choices yet to come, he might walk alongside them more honestly, not erasing the past, but using its lessons to shape a different future. Snow still blanketed the mountainsides, glittering in morning sunlight. Arthur breathed deeply of the crisp, clean air, feeling something like hope stirring within his battered soul. The world stretched vast and wild before him, filled with possibility. For now, he would return to Dutch and the others, to the only family he'd known for most of his life. But someday, perhaps, he would make different choices, find a path towards something resembling redemption. Until then, he would carry the memory of Widow's Peak like a small flame against future darkness, proof that even a man with his history could occasionally stand on the side of angels. The irony brought a rare smile to his weathered face as he urged his horse forward, leaving pristine tracks in fresh fallen snow. They say water holds memory, that every drop in a flowing river carries whispers of all it has witnessed, the blood spilled upon its banks, the tears that have fallen into its depths, the secrets spoken above its surface. If the Lanahichi River could speak, it would tell tales of countless souls who sought fortune, refuge, or vengeance along its winding path. The river had seen Arthur Morgan before. Years ago, he had ridden with the Vanderlyn gang along these same waterways, taking what they wanted with little regard for those left in their wake. The water remembered, even if Arthur tried to forget. Now he returns to these familiar currents, no longer as Dutch's enforcer, but as a man seeking something between justice and redemption. Some debts can never truly be repaid, some wounds never fully heal, yet the river continues its eternal journey, carrying everything toward an inevitable reckoning. For Arthur Morgan and Chester Calloway, the Lanahichi would become more than a waterway. It would become judge, witness, and executioner, a river of retribution where past and present collide like currents in a deadly confluence. As the first light of dawn breaks across the water's surface, Arthur Morgan stands at the ferry's railing, watching the mist rise from the river like ghosts from a forgotten grave. The journey ahead promises no easy passage, but then nothing worthwhile ever does in this untamed land. The water flows ever onward, and Arthur with it, toward whatever fate awaits downstream. The gentle lapping of water against weathered wood filled Arthur Morgan's ears as he leaned against the Valentine Sheriff's Office porch railing. Morning mist clung to the distant hills, swirling in ghostly patterns as the sun struggled to break through. A flyer tacked to the bulletin board had caught his eye, crude illustration of a man with cold eyes, sharp features, and a substantial reward beneath. $500, Arthur murmured, studying the bounty notice. Chester Calloway. Nasty piece of work, that one, remarked a voice behind him. Arthur turned to find a government agent in a neatly pressed suit observing him. The man's clean appearance stood in stark contrast to the mud-splattered streets of Valentine. Agent Milton Ross. The man introduced himself, extending a hand that Arthur reluctantly shook. You seem interested in Mr. Calloway. Just reading, Arthur replied noncommittally. Ross studied him with calculating eyes. You have the look of someone familiar with tracking men who don't wish to be found. Arthur remained silent, which Ross seemed to take as confirmation. Calloway's been terrorizing settlements along the Lanaheechee River for nearly 2 years now, the agent continued. Local law enforcement can't touch him, either bought off or too frightened to venture into his territory. We need someone unaffiliated with official channels. Why is the government taking interest in river piracy? Arthur asked, suspicion evident. Commerce disrupted means tax revenue lost, Ross answered pragmatically. Plus, influential business interests have had shipments stolen, passengers harassed. The situation has become untenable. Arthur studied the bounty notice more carefully. Says dead or alive. You have a preference? Alive would allow for public trial, send a message to others with similar ambitions, Ross replied. But dead would be equally effective for restoring order. The choice is yours, assuming you're interested. Arthur should have walked away. He had no shortage of troubles already, with Dutch growing increasingly erratic and Pinkertons closing in on the gang. Yet something about Calloway's face tickled the edges of his memory, a shadow from his past he couldn't quite place. There's something you're not telling me, Arthur observed. Ross hesitated, then nodded slightly. Calloway harbors particular hatred for the Vanderlyn gang. Rumor says he was crossed by Dutch years back during a riverboat robbery. Makes things personal for him. The revelation cemented Arthur's decision. If Calloway nursed a vendetta against the gang, understanding its nature might prove valuable given Arthur's own growing concerns about Dutch's leadership. I'll take the job, Arthur decided, accepting the more detailed dossier Ross offered. Excellent, the agent replied, visibly relieved. Last confirmed sighting was near Dewberry Creek, small settlement on the upper Lanaheechee. Ferry runs from the crossing east of Emerald Ranch. As Ross departed, Arthur reviewed the papers, which contained witness testimonies, crude maps of Calloway's suspected territory, and notes on his methodology. The pattern revealed a man with intimate knowledge of river commerce, targeting vessels with precision that suggested inside information. Something deeper lay beneath this bounty, Arthur sensed. Not simply criminal opportunity, but vendetta. A river of retribution flowing toward inevitable confrontation. 3 days later, Arthur stood on the deck of a ferry, chugging steadily downstream. The Lanaheechee stretched before him, murky waters winding between verdant banks. Early morning mist clung to the surface, creating an ethereal landscape that shifted with the vessel's passage. He had chosen water travel deliberately, reasoning that riverfolk would be more forthcoming with someone sharing their transportation. His horse rested in the small stable area below deck, while Arthur observed the passing shoreline with practiced attention. "First time on the river?" asked a gruff voice. Arthur turned to find the ferry operator watching him, a heavy-set man with graying mutton chops and weathered skin that spoke of decades under sun and rain. "Not exactly," Arthur replied carefully. The man studied him thoughtfully. "Name's Silas Hammond. Been running this ferry 23 years. You get a sense for folks after that long. Who belongs on the water, who's just passing through, who might be trouble." "And what sense do you get from me?" Arthur asked, curiosity piqued. "Man comfortable with violence but not defined by it," Silas answered without hesitation. "Someone who's seen river's beauty and its cruelty. Not your first time in these waters, I'd wager, though it's been some years." The assessment struck uncomfortably close to truth. Arthur had indeed travelled these waters before, during what Dutch had called their river campaign nearly 5 years earlier. The gang had systematically targeted riverboats, trading posts, and ferries, amassing considerable wealth through increasingly violent means. Was a different man then, Arthur admitted quietly. Silas nodded, seeming to understand more than Arthur had explicitly shared. River changes everyone who travels it long enough, sometimes washes away what we thought we were, reveals something underneath. They lapsed into companionable silence as the ferry continued its journey. The landscape gradually transformed, scattered homesteads giving way to more frequent settlements as they traveled deeper into river country. At each small dock, Silas would stop briefly, exchanging packages and passengers, while Arthur observed the communities with growing disquiet. Signs of hardship were evident everywhere. Docks in disrepair, businesses boarded up, residents moving with the wary alertness of prey animals. When Arthur commented on this, Silas's expression darkened. Lowey's work, he explained quietly, takes protection money from every business along this stretch. 20% of my earnings go to his raiders each month. And if you refused, Arthur prompted, though he already knew the answer. Last fellow who tried had his ferry burned with passengers still aboard, Silas replied grimly. No survivors to testify, just enough left to serve as warning to the rest of us. Arthur absorbed this information, anger simmering beneath his controlled exterior. Been going on long? 2 years, Silas confirmed. Started small, just harassing isolated vessels, stealing cargo. Grew bolder when he realized no law was coming to stop him. Now controls everything from Dewberry Creek to Saint Denis. As they approached the next settlement, little more than a collection of stilted buildings perched precariously along the waterline, Silas lowered his voice further. Dewberry Creek coming up. If you're asking questions about Calloway, be careful. His people are everywhere, and they don't take kindly to strangers showing interest. The ferry bumped gently against the dock, and Silas secured it with practiced efficiency. 2 hours here, folks, he announced to the passengers. We'll depart promptly at 1 o'clock, headed downriver. Arthur disembarked, leading his horse down the gangplank. The dock creaked ominously beneath their combined weight, suggesting maintenance had been deferred for some time. Scanning his surroundings with practiced eye, Arthur noted multiple vantage points perfect for watching newcomers. Rooftops, upper windows, the bell tower of a modest church. The main street presented a study in fading prosperity. A general store, saloon, and what appeared to be a small hotel still showed signs of operation, while other businesses had clearly succumbed to whatever troubles plagued the settlement. Few people moved along the boardwalks, and those who did kept their heads down, eyes averted from strangers. Arthur's attention was drawn to the saloon, invariably the best source of information in small settlements. The riverbed, announced a faded sign hanging precariously above swinging doors. Inside, the establishment matched the town's diminished circumstances. 4 tables, 3 occupied by solemn-faced men nursing drinks despite the early hour. A barkeep wiped eternally at glasses behind a scarred wooden counter. "Will it be?" asked the barkeep as Arthur approached, his tone suggesting minimal interest in the answer. "Whiskey," Arthur replied, placing a coin on the counter. "And information, if you're inclined to share it." The barkeep's expression remained impassive as he poured the drink. "Information costs more than whiskey, stranger, especially these days." Arthur sipped the mediocre spirit, considering his approach. Looking for a man named Calloway. Chester Calloway. Heard he might have passed through these parts. At the mention of the name, the ambient sounds of the saloon diminished perceptibly. The barkeep's hand stilled on the glass he'd been polishing, and a subtle tension filled the air. Arthur noticed a man in the corner, weathered face partially obscured by an unkempt salt and pepper beard, shift position slightly, right hand disappearing beneath the table. "Don't know nobody by that name," the barkeep stated flatly, though his eyes betrayed him, darting briefly toward the bearded man. Arthur nodded, feigning acceptance of the obvious lie. He took his drink and casually made his way to an empty table with clear sight lines to both the door and the corner occupant, who had reacted to Calloway's name. Sipping his whiskey patiently, Arthur waited. In his experience, silence often accomplished more than persistent questioning. People grew uncomfortable with quiet, felt compelled to fill it, especially when nervous. His patience was rewarded when the bearded man eventually rose, draining his glass before making his way toward the exit. As he passed Arthur's table, their eyes met briefly, a glance laden with recognition that confirmed Arthur's suspicions. This man knew something about Calloway. Outside, Arthur maintained a discreet distance as he followed the bearded stranger down the main street. The man moved with purpose toward the north end of town, occasionally glancing behind him but never breaking stride. He finally turned down a narrow alley between two abandoned storefronts, disappearing from view. Arthur waited several seconds before following, hand resting casually near his holstered revolver. The alley opened onto a small clearing behind the buildings, where several decrepit shacks clustered like forgotten afterthoughts. The bearded man stood waiting, no longer pretending ignorance of Arthur's pursuit. "You asking questions about Chester Calloway puts folks in an uncomfortable position, mister," the man stated without preamble. "Seems that way," Arthur agreed, maintaining a calculated distance. "Got a name?" "Fisher. Jacob Fisher." The man sighed heavily, shoulders slumping slightly. "Used to captain a trading vessel up and down this river. Now I barely scrape by with a fishing boat." "Because of Calloway?" Arthur prompted. Fisher's bitter laugh held no humor. "Calloway's just the visible face. The problem runs deeper. But yeah, he's the one who burnt my cargo barge when I couldn't make the protection payments." Arthur absorbed this confirmation of Calloway's local activities. "I'm looking to bring him in. There's a bounty." "A bounty?" Fisher interrupted incredulously. "Mister, they've been posting bounties on Calloway for 2 years. 3 marshals and at least 7 bounty hunters have come through here with the same purpose. None returned." "I'm not them," Arthur stated simply. Fisher studied him carefully, reassessing. "No, I don't suppose you are." He glanced around nervously before continuing in a lower voice. "Look, I can't help you openly. The Lanaheechee Raiders, that's what Calloway's gang calls themselves. They've got eyes everywhere along this river. But," he hesitated, internal conflict evident in his weathered features. Finally, resolution settled in his eyes. "There's a man named Emmett Watson, lives about 5 miles downriver, has a cabin just off Copperhead Landing. If anyone knows where to find Calloway, it'd be him." Fisher's expression darkened. They were partners once, before Calloway betrayed him. Left him for dead after a job went wrong. Arthur committed the information to memory. "Appreciate it, Mr. Fisher. Don't mention my name to Watson," Fisher warned. "And for God's sake, don't tell anyone in town I spoke to you. Calloway's people," he trailed off, the implication clear. "Far as anyone knows, we never talked," Arthur assured him. As they prepared to part ways, Fisher hesitated once more. "There's something else you should know. Calloway harbors special hatred for the Vanderlyn gang. Claims they crossed him years back, cost him everything. If you're associated with Dutch Vanderlyn." He studied Arthur's reaction carefully. Arthur kept his expression neutral despite the unexpected connection. "Appreciate the warning." Fisher nodded, a apparently satisfied, and disappeared back toward the main street. Arthur remained in the clearing, processing this new information. A connection to Dutch complicated matters considerably. Arthur's past with the gang was complex enough without personal vendettas entering the equation. Arthur returned to the ferry with time to spare before departure. He found Silas in the wheelhouse, making final preparations for continued journey downriver. Making friends in Dewberry Creek, the ferry operator asked with knowing look. Just asking questions, Arthur replied non-committally. Silas nodded, accepting the evasion. Noticed you talking with Jacob Fisher. Good man. River took everything from him, business, family, nearly his life. Still hanging on through sheer stubbornness. Mentioned someone named Watson, Arthur ventured, at Copperhead Landing. Ah. Silas' expression shifted to something more guarded. Emmett Watson, complicated individual, used to run with Calloway years back, before something soured between them. Think he'd talk to me? Silas considered the question carefully. Possibly. Man's dying cancer, from what I hear. Might welcome chance to settle accounts before the end. He studied Arthur thoughtfully. We'll reach Copperhead Landing by sundown. Not a scheduled stop, but... He shrugged. For additional consideration, exceptions can be made. Appreciate that, Arthur agreed, understanding the transaction for what it was. Assistance provided at a price that protected Silas from accusations of betraying Calloway's interests. The ferry resumed its journey, pushing steadily downstream through increasingly wild territory. Civilization receded gradually, settlements growing scarcer while nature reclaimed dominance along the shoreline. Cypress trees draped with Spanish moss created shadowy, cathedral-like passages as the river narrowed in certain stretches. Arthur retreated to the modest cabin he'd rented for the voyage, using the time to study the dossier Agent Ross had provided. The documents painted picture of a criminal operation with surprising sophistication, specific vessels targeted based on cargo manifests that shouldn't have been publicly available, suggesting corruption within shipping companies or government offices. More troubling were witness accounts of Calloway's personal involvement in interrogations. The man apparently took special interest in travelers with any connection to the Vanderlyn gang, subjecting them to brutal questioning before typically fatal conclusions. As afternoon waned toward evening, Arthur emerged from his cabin to find Silas waiting at the bow railing, expression troubled as he gazed at approaching shoreline. Copperhead Landing up ahead, he announced quietly, but something's wrong. Following Silas's gaze, Arthur noted unusual activity at the small dock ahead. Multiple boats moored where normally few would be present, and armed men moving with purpose along the shoreline. Raiders? Arthur asked, instinctively checking his weapons. Likely, Silas confirmed grimly. Question is, why they've gathered here. Typically spread themselves along the river, don't concentrate forces. Strategic decision crystallized immediately for Arthur. Need to get close enough to observe without being noticed. Any alternative approach to Watson's cabin? Silas considered briefly. Small tributary about half-mile back, connects to creek that runs behind settlement. Narrow passage, but navigable, with shallow draft boat. You have such a boat? Skiff tied off stern, Silas confirmed, but this complicates matters considerably if raiders are searching for Watson, or worse, already found him. He left implication unspoken. Arthur weighed options rapidly. Continue to landing as scheduled. I'll disembark with other passengers, nothing suspicious. After dark, I'll use skiff to approach Watson's place, from behind. The plan proceeded accordingly. Arthur disembarked with minimal luggage, stable hands bringing his horse ashore, while he maintained casual demeanor despite heightened alertness. The raiders present, identifiable by distinctive wolf's head insignia on their jackets, paid little attention to arriving passengers, their focus clearly elsewhere. Arthur secured modest accommodation at Landing's only boarding house, establishing presence while gathering intelligence through careful observation and selective conversations. By nightfall, he'd confirmed his suspicions. Calloway's men were indeed searching for Emmett Watson, having somehow learned of his betrayal. Under cover of darkness, Arthur slipped from settlement to where Silas waited with promised skiff. The night provided perfect concealment, clouded sky blocking moonlight, while chorus of insects and frogs masked sounds of his movement through shallow water. Creek narrows significantly after first bend, Silas advised as Arthur settled into small craft. Hug right bank to avoid submerged obstacles. Watson's cabin sits back from water, elevated on stilts. Red door, if he hasn't repainted since I last visited. How long will you remain at Landing? Arthur inquired, calculating potential extraction timeline. Departing noon tomorrow, Silas replied. Earlier risks drawing suspicion. With final arrangements established, Arthur paddled into darkness, navigating by instinct and occasional glimpses of shoreline against marginally lighter sky. The tributary proved challenging. Narrow passages choked with vegetation requiring careful maneuvering to avoid noise that might alert sentries. Nearly an hour later, Arthur spotted faint warm glow through trees that suggested lamplight from isolated dwelling. Securing skiff in concealed inlet, he approached on foot with extreme caution, moving from shadow to shadow while maintaining awareness of potential patrols. The cabin materialized gradually through darkness. Modest structure elevated on stilts to protect against flooding. True to Silas's description, its door was painted faded red, barely visible in minimal ambient light. A small dock extended into what appeared to be creek feeding into main river, though no boat was currently moored there. Arthur approached openly, making no attempt to conceal final arrival. Experience had taught him that surprising potential informants rarely ended well, particularly those with criminal histories. He stopped at respectful distance, clearing his throat softly to announce presence. "That's far enough," called raspy voice from shadows of cabin's porch. "State your business, or be on your way." "Looking for Emmett Watson," Arthur replied calmly, keeping hands visible. "Told he might have information I need." Long silence followed before voice responded. "Most men looking for information from Emmett Watson end up dead or disappointed. Which are you aiming for, stranger?" "Neither, if it can be helped," Arthur answered honestly. "Name's Arthur Morgan. Tracking a bounty. Chester Calloway." The mention of Calloway's name produced visible reaction. Figure shifted in shadows and unmistakable sound of shotgun being cocked echoed across clearing. "Calloway sent you," voice stated flatly, "come to finish what he started." "If Calloway had sent me, I wouldn't be announcing myself," Arthur pointed out reasonably. "I'm hunting him, not working for him." Another lengthy silence ensued before shotgun barrel lowered slightly. "Prove it." Arthur slowly reached into his satchel, retrieving bounty poster. "Got this in Valentine, $500 for bringing him in." Figure finally emerged from shadows. Gaunt man of indeterminate age, left leg dragging slightly as he moved to examine poster. Lantern hanging from porch roof illuminated deeply lined features and eyes that held wary calculation of someone who had survived by anticipating betrayal. "Bounty hunters have come before," Watson observed, studying poster without touching it. "None succeeded." "So I've heard," Arthur acknowledged. Difference is, I'm not just any bounty hunter. Watson's gaze lifted from poster to assess Arthur more thoroughly. No, he agreed after a moment. You're something else entirely. He gestured toward cabin door. Might as well come inside. Night's bringing mosquitoes, and I don't fancy being eaten alive while we talk. Cabin's interior revealed Watson's solitary existence. Single rooms served all purposes. Bed against one wall, small stove opposite, table and 2 chairs occupying center. Various river maps covered one wall, while fishing gear and modest supplies lined crude shelves. Most telling was shotgun propped beside every potential entrance and multiple escape routes clearly planned. Coffee? Watson offered, already filling dinted pot with water. Ain't fancy, but it's hot. Arthur accepted with nod, removing hat as he settled into one of chairs. He watched as Watson moved about cabin, noting pronounced limp and weighman kept his back away from door. Habits formed through harsh experience. Fisher and Dewberry Creek suggested you might know Calloway's whereabouts. Arthur began once they both had steaming cups before them. Watson's expression tightened briefly at Fisher's name. Jacob should know better than to send strangers my way. Man's got a family to think about. He's desperate, Arthur observed, like most folks along this river from what I've seen. Alawi's made sure of that, Watson agreed grimly. What he and his raiders have done to river commerce makes simple robbery seem charitable in comparison. He sipped his coffee, studying Arthur over rim. But you already know about river robbery, don't you, Mr. Morgan? Being Vanderlyn's enforcer and all. The accusation landed with precision, confirming Arthur's growing suspicion that his past might be better known than he'd assumed. That was some time ago. Not so long that folks forget, Watson countered, particularly those who suffered consequences. Like Calloway, Arthur prompted. Watson's bitter laugh held no humor. Chester Calloway was no innocent victim, if that's what you're wondering. Man was born crooked, grew up worse. He set cup down with deliberate care. But yes, your gang crossed paths with ours 5 years back. Riverboat carrying Cornwall mining payroll. The confirmation sent chill through Arthur, despite cabin's warmth. You were there. I was Calloway's partner, Watson acknowledged. Had been for 3 years by then. That night changed everything. His hand unconsciously moved to lower back, where Arthur presumed bullet wound remained. Your gang hit boats same time we did. Chaos erupted. I took bullet in firefight, never saw who fired it. Arthur maintained neutral expression, though inwardly he processed realization that he had likely been one who shot Watson. Alawi could have helped me, Watson continued, bitterness evident in every word. Instead he saw opportunity. Left me for dead, took our crew's share of whatever they managed to grab before your people showed up. His eyes hardened. When I survived, he spread word I'd betrayed our crew, turned informant, put price on my head that had me running for years. Why would he claim you betrayed crew? Arthur asked, genuinely curious. Because truth was worse, Watson replied darkly. Calloway had arranged whole thing, double-booked job, so to speak. What do you mean? Watson leaned forward. Calloway had made deal with someone on your side. Planned to hit boat together, split take. Something went wrong, someone got greedy or jumpy, turned into bloodbath. Revelation struck Arthur like physical blow. If true, it suggested someone in Vanderlyn gang, possibly Dutch himself, had arranged partnership with rival criminals, then double-crossed them when opportunity arose. It contradicted everything Dutch had claimed about job being righteous redistribution of wealth. You're suggesting someone in our gang worked with Calloway, then betrayed him, Arthur stated carefully. Not suggesting, stating fact. Watson's certainty was unwavering. Calloway met with your leader 3 days before robbery. I was there, kept watch while they talked in some backwater saloon. They planned it together. Your gang would handle guards topside. Ours would crack safe. Clean, simple. What went wrong? Never found out exactly, but when shooting started, it wasn't between us and crew. It was your people firing at mine. Watson's eyes narrowed. Calloway always claimed your Dutch double-crossed him, kept whole take for yourselves, nearly got us all killed in process. Account aligned uncomfortably with Arthur's fragmented memories. Dutch emerging bloodied from below decks, his insistence on eliminating witnesses, gang's hasty departure from region afterward. Had Dutch arranged robbery with Calloway, then decided to eliminate competition when job was underway? Where is Calloway now? Arthur asked, redirecting conversation to present purpose. Watson studied him intently. What's your real interest here, Morgan? Bounty or cleaning up loose ends for Dutch Vanderlyn? My business with Dutch ended some time ago, Arthur replied honestly. I'm here because Calloway's terrorizing innocent people along this river. Bounty's just compensation for trouble. Watson seemed to weigh Arthur's sincerity before coming to decision. He moved to floorboard near his bed, prying it up to reveal small compartment containing various documents. From this cache, he withdrew a crudely drawn map. Malawi operates from old plantation house, deep in bayou east of Saint-Denis, he explained, unfolding map across table. Place called Shady Belle, abandoned after war, reclaimed by swamp since then. Perfect hideout, multiple escape routes via water, good visibility of approaches. Arthur examined map, committing key features to memory. Location seemed deliberately chosen for its defensive advantages and isolation. How many men with him? Fluctuates. Core group of about 10 loyal raiders, with another dozen or so who come and go for specific jobs. Watson traced finger along waterways surrounding hideout. They patrol these channels regularly, maintain lookouts here, and here. Place is virtually impenetrable by direct approach. As they continued discussing tactical details, distant sound gradually registered. Boat engines approaching from main river. Watson tensed immediately, moving to window with practiced caution. Raiders, he confirmed grimly after brief observation. At least 2 boats must have tortured information from someone in settlement. He turned to Arthur, decision made. No time for subtlety now. Rear exit leads to secondary dock where I keep emergency skiff. Take map, head east through narrow channel. Storm drain tunnel provides concealed approach to plantation grounds. What about you? Arthur asked, gathering materials rapidly. Watson's expression held grim resignation. I'll buy time. Cancer's claiming me anyway. Might as well make final stand mean something. Arthur recognized futility of argument given Watson's resolved expression. Calloway's got pocket watch, Watson added hurriedly, pressing tarnished timepiece into Arthur's hand. Inscription inside explains everything. Blood connection to Dutch, cousins from childhood. Explains vendetta, explains methods. Before Arthur could process this revelation, first shots sounded from approaching boats. Raiders firing warning volley toward cabin. Watson shoved Arthur toward rear exit, determination replacing earlier frailty. Go, make it count, Morgan. Arthur departed through concealed door as Watson positioned himself at front window, shotgun ready for visitors who wouldn't receive hospitable welcome. Outside, Arthur navigated stilt supports beneath cabin, reaching small hidden dock where promised skiff waited. Engine started on first attempt, testimony to Watson's meticulous maintenance despite declining health. Arthur guided craft into narrow channel just as raiders reached main dock, their shouts and continued gunfire covering sounds of his escape. Single shotgun blast echoed across water behind him, Watson making final defiant statement against those who had hunted him for years. Arthur felt unexpected sense of loss for man he'd barely known, yet whose integrity had proven essential to mission's continuation. Guided by Watson's map, Arthur navigated treacherous bayou channels, pushing deeper into territory where Calloway had established his criminal empire. The confrontation drew closer with each passing mile, river of retribution flowing inexorably toward its destination. Dawn found Arthur concealed in dense undergrowth overlooking main channel approaching Shady Bell Plantation. He traveled through night, navigating Watson's escape route while evading raider patrols searching waterways after cavern confrontation. The plantation house materialized through morning mist, once grand structure now decaying gracefully amid encroaching swamp. 2 stories of weathered white clapboard topped by pitched roof, with expansive porch spanning front facade. Outbuildings clustered nearby, while makeshift fortifications created defensive perimeter extending to nearby water's edge. Arthur observed from vantage point among cypress knees and hanging moss. Despite expanded security following Watson's death, raider patrols maintained predictable patterns, moving in timed intervals that left momentary gaps in coverage. Most significant vulnerability appeared to be supply boats scheduled to arrive mid-morning, according to information gleaned from overheard conversations between sentries. Plan formed methodically in Arthur's mind. Intercept supply vessel before it reached plantation. Use it as Trojan horse to penetrate Calloway's defenses. Risky strategy, but preferable to frontal assault against superior numbers. In fortified position, Arthur backtracked through concealed waterways to position himself along supply route. The waiting proved challenging, muscles cramping from maintained stillness, while insects feasted on any exposed skin. Nearly 3 hours passed before distant engine sound signaled approaching target. The supply boat appeared around River Bend, flat-bellied craft laden with provisions, crewed by 2 men who displayed casual confidence of routine operation rather than alert wariness appropriate to criminal enterprise. Arthur allowed vessel to pass his position before emerging from concealment, powerful strokes carrying him toward boat's stern, where blind spot existed in operator's field of vision. Boarding proceeded with practiced efficiency, Arthur securing handhold on gunwale before pulling himself aboard in single fluid motion that caught crew entirely unprepared. First man went down without sound, precise blow rendering him unconscious before alarm could be raised. Second crew member managed partial shout before similar fate silenced him. Arthur secured unconscious men with their own belts, concealing them beneath tarpaulin covering portion of supplies. Assuming helmsman's position, he continued vessel's journey toward plantation, adjusting hat to shadow his features while maintaining course and speed consistent with expected arrival. The approach to Shady Bell provided harrowing test of nerve. Raiders stationed at makeshift dock watched supply boats' arrival with minimal interest, familiarity breeding complacency that worked to Arthur's advantage. He maneuvered vessel alongside dock with deliberate casualness, securing mooring lines while keeping face turned away from observers. "Where's Daniels?" called one raider, noting crew change. "Sick," Arthur responded gruffly, keeping voice low. "Sent me instead." The explanation satisfied immediate curiosity, allowing Arthur to begin unloading supplies. He worked methodically, establishing presence while gathering critical intelligence through careful observation. Calloway himself remained unseen, but conversations among raiders suggested he occupied second-floor quarters in main house, formerly master bedroom of plantation's original owners. As unloading neared completion, Arthur manufactured minor crisis, discovering damage to several supply crates that required immediate attention. This necessitated his entry into main house to report situation to quartermaster, creating opportunity to penetrate deeper into Calloway's stronghold. The plantation's interior presented study in contradictions, once elegant furnishings now serving utilitarian purpose for criminal occupation. Maps covered walls of former parlor, marking territory controlled by raiders and potential expansion targets. Weapons and ammunition stockpiled in dining room suggested preparation for extended conflict rather than simple criminal enterprise. Arthur located staircase leading to second floor where Calloway's quarters presumably waited. His progress halted when Raider descended unexpectedly, forcing casual conversation to maintain cover. "Quartermaster around?" Arthur inquired. "Got issue with supply delivery." "Check out building," Raider replied disinterestedly. "He's inventorying ammunition shipment." This redirection created unexpected advantage, establishing Arthur's legitimate presence within compound while preserving element of surprise for eventual confrontation with Calloway. He proceeded to outbuilding as directed, maintaining unhurried pace while memorizing compound layout and security positioning. The quartermaster, Reed Thin Man with accountant's demeanor incongruous among hardened criminals, accepted Arthur's report with minimal interest, providing written acknowledgement that furthered illusion of legitimate business. Document in hand, Arthur returned to supply boat, completing unloading process while finalizing mental preparations for night's more direct action. Dusk brought strategic opportunity as raiders gathered for evening meal in former slave quarters now serving as mess hall. Security remained present but reduced, with skeleton crew maintaining essential watch posts while majority enjoyed rare fresh provisions delivered by morning's supply boat. Arthur used gathering darkness to position himself near main house, patience again proving essential as he awaited optimal moment to access building. When appropriate distraction materialized, minor altercation between raiders over perceived disrespect, Arthur slipped inside through servant's entrance, making way towards staircase with practiced stealth. The upper floor presented increased challenge, narrower corridors offering fewer concealment options, while creaking floorboards threatened to announce his presence with each step. Arthur moved with painstaking care, testing each board before committing weight, progress measured in inches rather than yards. Calloway's quarters waited at corridor's end, light visible beneath door suggesting occupancy. Arthur approached with weapon drawn, prepared for immediate confrontation upon entry. Instead, unexpected complication emerged as voices became audible from within. Calloway apparently engaged in conversation with Lieutenant. "Massive shipment coming up river Thursday," Calloway was saying, voice carrying authority that expected unquestioning obedience. "Payroll for logging operations, military supplies for fort, easily 30,000. Significant security expected," responded second voice cautiously. "Military escort mentioned in river gossip. Nothing we haven't handled before," Calloway dismissed concern. "Besides, we have inside information on exact route, scheduled stops, perfect opportunity to replenish coffers, while demonstrating continued dominance." Arthur absorbed this intelligence while maintaining position outside door. Information suggested Calloway planned largest operation to date, one with potential for substantial civilian casualties, given mentioned military response. Timeline compressed significantly, with planned robbery mere days away rather than hypothetical future threat. Decision crystallized immediately for Arthur. Original plan: confront Calloway directly for bounty collection, expanded to include preventing imminent attack on shipment. The immediate goal remained unchanged, though urgency increased considerably. As Arthur prepared to enter room, further conversation froze him in place. "There's something else," Calloway's lieutenant continued, voice lowering slightly. "Word from Dewberry Creek says someone's been asking questions. Bounty hunter, most likely." Arthur tensed, listening intently as Calloway responded with dismissive snorts. "Wouldn't be the first. None have survived the attempt." A chair creaked as if Calloway had leaned back, though timing is inconvenient with the shipment approaching. "There's more," the lieutenant pressed. "Description matches Arthur Morgan." Silence followed this revelation. Heavy, contemplative silence that carried dangerous implications. When Calloway finally spoke, his voice had transformed from casual authority to focused intensity. "Morgan, Dutch's right hand." Papers rustled as if being sorted rapidly. "Confirmation? Multiple witnesses place him at Dewberry Creek, then Copperhead Landing. Watson's cabin was hit last night. No body found, but significant blood suggests fatal outcome. Morgan's involvement explains Watson's death," Calloway mused. "Question becomes whether he's working alone or with Dutch. Either way presents problem for Thursday's operation," Lieutenant observed pragmatically. "Or opportunity," Calloway countered. Voice taking calculated edge, Arthur recognized from countless planning sessions with Dutch, the tone of someone visualizing potential advantage within apparent setback. If Morgan's here, Dutch can't be far behind. Perhaps our long-awaited reunion approaches. The conversation shifted toward operational details for Thursday's planned robbery, but Arthur had heard enough to confirm suspicions raised by Watson's revelation. Calloway's vendetta against Dutch transcended ordinary criminal rivalry, carrying personal weight that transformed practical criminal enterprise into vendetta-driven obsession. Arthur weighed options carefully. Immediate confrontation presented significant risk, given second person in room and numerous raiders throughout compound. Tactical withdrawal to formulate comprehensive strategy seemed wiser course, particularly with new information regarding imminent large-scale robbery requiring consideration. Decision made, Arthur retreated with same painstaking care used during approach. Each step measured, each floorboard tested before bearing weight. Progress deliberately unhurried despite urgency pulsing through his veins. Reaching ground floor without detection, he slipped from main house into growing darkness, using shadows and strategic timing to navigate between raider patrols. The supply boat remained where he'd left it, appearing undisturbed, though Arthur approached with appropriate caution nonetheless. Concealed crew members remained securely bound and unconscious, presenting no immediate complication. Arthur calculated options for extraction without drawing attention, eventually settling on deliberate departure after securing necessary supplies from boat stores. Night had fully claimed Bayou by time Arthur guided small craft away from Shady Bell's dock, departure unchallenged due to established legitimacy from day's delivery activities. He navigated by memory and Watson's detailed map, putting significant distance between himself and plantation, before finally relaxing vigilance marginally. Temporary shelter materialized in form of abandoned trapper's cabin Watson had marked on map. Isolated structure, accessible only via narrow channel choked with vegetation that discouraged casual visitors. Arthur secured boat and transferred still unconscious raiders to cabin interior, ensuring they remained bound, but positioning them to avoid injury or suffocation. With immediate safety established, Arthur examined pocket watch Watson had pressed into his hand during hasty departure. The tarnished timepiece opened with slight resistance, revealing elegant inscription within cover. To Chester, blood of my blood, never forget who you are. DVL. The initials confirmed Watson's hurried explanation. DVL. Dutch Vanderlind. Familial connection, explained physical resemblance Arthur had noted in brief glimpse of Calloway through doorway, same bearing. Similar features, arranged in harder configuration, matching intensity in eyes that suggested capability for both charisma and cruelty. Arthur settled on cabin's rough-hewn bench, contemplating implications while organizing tactical approach for challenges ahead. Calloway's planned robbery required intervention, yet direct confrontation at heavily defended plantation presented poor strategic option. Alternative approach formed gradually in Arthur's mind: intercept Calloway during Thursday's operation, when his forces would be committed elsewhere, divided between multiple tactical objectives. This strategy required reconnaissance of planned robbery route, identification of optimal intervention point, and preparation that maximized Arthur's advantages while neutralizing Calloway's superior numbers. Challenging proposition, but preferable to frontal assault against prepared defenses. Dawn found Arthur already moving, having left bound raiders secured in cabin with sufficient water and loose restraints that would permit eventual escape after Arthur had substantial head start. The bayou transformed in morning light, mist rising from dark water creating ethereal landscape that shifted with passing breeze. Wildlife emerged with increasing daylight, herons stalking prey in shallows, turtles basking on partially submerged logs, occasional alligator watching passing boat with primordial patience. Arthur navigated methodically toward location Fisher had indicated during their brief conversation in Dewberry Creek, isolated homestead belonging to Jeremiah Wilkes, trapper, whose intimate knowledge of bayou waterways might prove essential for developing effective interception strategy. The homestead appeared gradually through morning haze, modest structure built on elevated ground within otherwise sodden landscape. Constructed of cypress with raised foundation protecting against seasonal flooding, it represented practical adaptation to harsh environment rather than aesthetic consideration. Arthur approached openly, making no attempt to conceal arrival. Experience had taught him that surprising potential allies rarely fostered trust, particularly those dwelling in isolation by deliberate choice rather than circumstance. His caution proved warranted when cabin door opened to reveal elderly man leveling shotgun with calm precision, suggesting both experience and willingness to employ lethal force if necessary. "That's close enough," called raspy voice. "State business or be on your way." "Looking for Jeremiah Wilkes," Arthur replied, maintaining non-threatening posture with hands clearly visible. Jacob Fisher in Dewberry Creek suggested he might assist with navigation matter. The name produced visible reaction, slight relaxation in posture, though shotgun remained at ready position. Fisher still drawing breath, surprising given Calloway's usual thoroughness. "For now," Arthur acknowledged, "though situations deteriorating rapidly for river settlements." Jeremiah studied Arthur with critical assessment born from decades surviving wilderness and human predators alike. Whatever calculation occurred behind weathered features apparently resolved favorably, as shotgun lowered marginally. "Arthur Morgan," Arthur offered by way of introduction, "tracking Chester Calloway on government bounty." "Heard rumors," Jeremiah replied with dismissive gesture, suggesting minimal interest in official matters. Another fool seeking early grave, chasing that devil. He stepped aside nonetheless, indicating cabin interior with subtle head movement. Might as well come inside. Morning brings mosquitoes hungry enough to carry man away. The cabin's interior revealed life defined by practical self-sufficiency. Tanned hides stretched on frames, traps arranged by size along one wall, preserved meats hanging from rafters. Most significant feature occupied central table, detailed map of surrounding bayou territories, rendered with precision, suggesting first-hand knowledge rather than copied information. Coffee, Jeremiah offered, already pouring from battered pot resting on small wood stove. Arthur accepted with appreciative nod, removing hat as he settled onto crude bench near table. The map immediately captured his attention, particularly detailed rendering of waterways connecting various bayou sections, information critical for planning interception of Callaway's coming operation. Fisher said you know these waters better than most, Arthur observed, gesturing toward map. Jeremiah offered non-committal grunt while settling opposite Arthur. Been trapping these swamps 47 years, know every channel deep enough for boat, every island solid enough for campsite. His expression hardened slightly, including routes Callaway's raiders use for moving stolen goods. Raiders caused you trouble, Arthur inquired, suspecting personal motivation beyond general distaste for criminal activity. Killed my dogs, Jeremiah stated flatly, ancient grief momentarily visible beneath weathered exterior. Good animals, loyal, better than most men. He sipped coffee before continuing. Message sending, they called it, when I refused to pay their transit tax for using traditional trap lines. Arthur absorbed this information, recognizing another potential ally motivated by personal grievance rather than abstract justice. Planning something big. Payroll shipment, military supplies coming downriver Thursday. Jeremiah's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Logging company payment combined with fort resupply? That follows established pattern. Callaway prefers consolidated targets to maximize return against effort. The trapper rose, moving to chest tucked beneath simple bed. From within, he retrieved additional maps and water-stained journal. Been documenting raider activities 2 years now. Patterns emerge when you watch long enough. Together they examined Jeremiah's meticulous recordings. Dates, locations, target types, estimated values, casualties when applicable. Pattern indeed emerged, revealing Callaway's methodical approach that belied outward appearance of simple river piracy. The man operated with military precision, suggesting formal training or experience beyond common criminal background. Thursday's shipment will follow Southern Channel past Broken Oak Island. Jeremiah indicated location on primary map. Deep water necessary for military vessels draft. Predictable course given cargo importance. Alaweno's route, Arthur confirmed, already visualizing potential interception points. Mentioned inside information, Jeremiah nodded grimly. Suggests continuing corruption within shipping authorities or military logistics. Pattern consistent with previous successful operations. They spent remaining morning hours developing comprehensive understanding of waterways surrounding likely ambush location. Jeremiah's knowledge proved invaluable, identifying hidden approaches, shallow passages that larger military vessels couldn't navigate, but would permit smaller craft like those favored by raiders. Elevated positions providing tactical advantage for observers or sharpshooters. What's your stake in this? Jeremiah finally asked as midday approached. Bounty substantial but hardly worth risking life against Callaway's entire operation. Arthur considered question carefully before responding. Question deserved honesty given assistance Jeremiah had provided without expectation of compensation. Started as simple bounty, Arthur acknowledged. Became something more complex when I learned Calloway's connection to Dutch Vanderlyn. Ah, Jemia nodded with understanding beyond Arthur's explicit explanation. Personal then, beneath professional veneer. I rode with Dutch many years, Arthur confirmed, seeing no benefit in denying facts Jeremiah had already deduced. Things changed. Questions emerged about direction, methods, purpose, beyond survival, and Calloway represents living embodiment of path you've been questioning. Jeremiah observed with insight, suggesting profound understanding of human nature despite isolated existence. The assessment struck uncomfortably close to truth. In Calloway, Arthur recognized potential future version of himself had he continued following Dutch's increasingly questionable leadership without examining underlying motivations and consequences. The recognition created discomfort that demanded resolution through action rather than contemplation. Planning to intercept Thursday's operation, Arthur redirected conversation toward practical matters. Prevent civilian casualties while apprehending Calloway specifically. Jeremiah studied him thoughtfully before responding. Ambitious undertaking for single operator against organized force. Even experienced bounty hunter faces poor odds without additional resources. Not expecting easy resolution, Arthur acknowledged. But alternative allowing operation to proceed guarantees bloodshed beyond justification for any criminal enterprise. The trapper nodded slowly, decision visibly forming behind weathered features. I'll assist with navigation, position identification. Won't participate directly in confrontation. Too old for such activities, but can provide intelligence necessary for improving probability of success. Arthur accepted this conditional support with genuine appreciation. Fair arrangement. With your knowledge of waterways, odds improve considerably. They spent remainder of day refining strategy based on Jeremiah's extensive experience and Arthur's tactical expertise. By evening, comprehensive approach had emerged, leveraging natural bayou features to neutralize Calloway's numerical advantage while creating opportunity for direct confrontation under controlled circumstances rather than chaotic firefight. As darkness settled over swamp, Arthur prepared equipment methodically, cleaning weapons, arranging ammunition for quick access, ensuring essential supplies remained protected from inevitable water exposure during coming operation. Jeremiah worked similarly, preparing small flatboat boat perfectly adapted to shallow bayou navigation, while gathering materials for weather protection during extended observation period preceding Thursday's confrontation. There's something you should understand before proceeding, Jeremiah stated as they completed preparations. Calloway isn't merely criminal opportunist. Man's obsessed with Dutch Vanderlyn beyond rational motivation. Vengeance consumes him, transforms tactical decisions, creates blind spots in otherwise methodical planning. Personal connection clouds judgment, Arthur agreed, recalling similar patterns observed throughout years riding with Dutch. More significantly, Jeremiah continued, creates opportunity within predictable behavior patterns. Calloway will abandon optimal tactical position if presented with connection to Dutch, particularly direct representative like yourself. The observation crystallized final element of strategy forming in Arthur's mind. He would become both hunter and bait, drawing Calloway into personal confrontation through deliberate revelation of identity at crucial moment when raiders were committed to primary operation. Dangerous approach, certainly, but one offering highest probability for achieving multiple objectives simultaneously. Calculated risk, Arthur acknowledged, preferable to prolonged engagement against superior numbers. Jeremiah studied him with expressions suggesting reconsideration of initial assessment. You've survived this long through luck, or competence, increasingly suspecting latter based on strategic approach. They retired shortly thereafter, conserving energy for challenging days ahead. Arthur found sleep elusive despite physical exhaustion, mind continuing to process implications of Calloway's connection to Dutch, and parallel paths their lives had followed, despite apparent opposition. Both men built criminal enterprises justified through elaborate philosophy. Both commanded loyalty through combination of charisma and intimidation. Both rationalized increasing violence as necessary evil within corrupt world. The recognition troubled Arthur deeply. Had circumstances been slightly different, had Dutch been one abandoned rather than betrayer during riverboat robbery years earlier, positions might easily have been reversed, with Arthur hunting Dutch instead of Calloway. The thought provided unwelcome insight into artificial distinctions he'd maintained between their gang's activities and those they condemned in others. Dawn arrived with gentle transition from darkness to misty half-light characteristic of bayou mornings. Arthur rose, completing final preparations, while Jeremiah navigated preliminary details of their journey. Small boat sat ready at modest dock, extending into channel behind cabin, craft deliberately inconspicuous yet perfectly adapted to requirements of coming operation. They departed as sun cleared distant tree line, Jeremiah guiding vessel through labyrinthine waterways with confidence born from lifetime experience. The bayou revealed itself gradually, ancient cypress trees rising from murky waters, creating cathedral-like passages through which their boat moved with minimal disturbance. We'll establish observation post on southern edge of Broken Oak Island, Jeremiah explained as they navigated particularly narrow channel. Elevated position provides clear sightlines along likely approach routes while remaining concealed from water level detection. Raiders will establish similar positions, Arthur inquired, continuously building mental map of coming battlefield. Certainly, Jeremiah confirmed, though they'll favor northern approach given expected target's direction of travel. Traditional ambush position places attackers with sun behind them, visible glare creating momentary advantage against defenders. Arthur absorbed this assessment, adjusting mental preparation accordingly. They traveled several hours through increasingly remote bayou sections, landscape transforming from merely isolated to genuinely primeval. Wildlife grew more prevalent, evidence of minimal human intrusion into territory claimed by ancient rhythms of nature, rather than temporary human occupation. Broken Oak Island materialized gradually through persistent mist, elevated landmass rising perhaps 15 feet above surrounding water level, providing significant tactical advantage within otherwise flat terrain. Massive oak that gave location its name dominated central position, lightning-shattered trunk creating distinctive silhouette visible from considerable distance when weather permitted. They secured boat in concealed inlet on island's southern edge, transferring essential supplies to observation position Jeremiah identified among massive roots extending from primary oak. Natural formation created perfect blind, offering protection from elements while providing excellent sight lines across primary channel, where Thursday's shipment would inevitably pass. We maintain position until tomorrow morning, Jeremiah explained as they established minimal camp designed for function rather than comfort. Raiders typically conduct preliminary reconnaissance day before major operation. Identifying advanced scouts provides valuable intelligence regarding planned approach vectors. Arthur nodded agreement with experienced assessment. They settled into observation routine, alternating watch periods while maintaining discipline regarding movement, noise, and visibility from water approaches. Hours passed with methodical consistency, broken occasionally by wildlife movements or distant boat engines that proved unrelated to raider activities. Late afternoon brought first concrete evidence confirming Jeremiah's prediction. Small craft appeared from Northern Channel, unremarkable fishing boat crewed by two men whose casual manner might have appeared authentic to untrained observer. Arthur, watching through spyglass, noted subtle inconsistencies revealing their true purpose. Advanced scouts, he confirmed quietly, maintaining fishing pretense while mapping territory and identifying potential complications. Jeremiah nodded, unsurprised by validation of his prediction. They'll make complete circuit of primary channel, establish mental map of current conditions versus expected operation parameters, giving us opportunity to identify their planned positions based on areas receiving particular attention. Arthur completed analysis, appreciating tactical advantage provided by Jeremiah's experience-based predictions. They observed scouts' methodical progress along channel, noting locations where vessels slowed or repeated passes indicated special interest. By evening, comprehensive understanding of Raider Advance Team's assessment had emerged, providing crucial intelligence for refining Arthur's interception strategy. Night descended gradually, transforming Bayou into domain of sound rather than sight. Insects created persistent chorus, punctuated by occasional splashes, suggesting larger creatures moving through darkness. Arthur and Jeremiah maintained watch rotation, though practical observation remained limited to sounds rather than visual confirmation. Dawn brought renewed activity as anticipated. Raider scouts returned briefly, conducting final assessment before departing northward, presumably to deliver intelligence to Callaway at Shady Bell Plantation. Arthur and Jeremiah used daylight hours to refine approach based on observed Raider reconnaissance patterns, identifying optimal position for Arthur's planned intervention while establishing Jeremiah's support location that maximized observational advantage while minimizing personal risk. As afternoon progressed, tension increased proportionally with proximity to coming confrontation. Arthur conducted final weapons check, ensuring each was cleaned, loaded, and positioned for immediate access when needed. Jeremiah reviewed evacuation routes should operation deteriorate beyond salvage point, emphasizing hidden channels that remained navigable, even for an experienced operator under duress. Primary target vessels should appear approximately 1 hour before sunset, Jeremiah estimated based on typical scheduling patterns for valuable shipments. Military escort will maintain standard formation, armed vessel leading, primary cargo amidships, secondary security trailing. And raiders, Arthur prompted, visualizing approaching engagement, will strike at narrowest channel section. Jeremiah indicated location on map where waterway constricted between Broken Oak Island and Cypress-choked mainland. Multiple vessels converging simultaneously, overwhelming escort through coordinated attack rather than superior firepower. Arthur nodded, recognizing same tactical approach Dutch had employed during River Campaign years earlier. Callaway learned well from their collaboration, he observed grimly. Or shared methodology from beginning, Jeremiah countered. Professional military background suspected, given operational discipline observed consistently throughout Raider activities. This assessment aligned with Arthur's growing understanding of Callaway's background and motivation. The man operated with calculated precision rarely found among common criminals, suggesting formal training or experience beyond haphazard self-education, characteristic of most outlaw leaders. As predicted timeline approached, Arthur moved to pre-selection position, while Jeremiah established observation post with communication capability through agreed-upon signals. The waiting proved challenging, muscles tensing involuntarily despite conscious relaxation attempts. mind cycling through potential scenarios and appropriate responses with mechanical precision that nonetheless failed to alleviate natural pre-confrontation anxiety. First indication of approaching operation came through sound rather than sight. Multiple engines converging from various directions, carefully timed to maintain illusion of unrelated traffic until moment coordination became necessary. Arthur identified at least 4 distinct vessels approaching from northern channels, with additional engine sounds suggesting others positioned southward to prevent target's escape in that direction. The target shipment appeared precisely as Jeremiah had predicted. Military steamboat leading procession, larger transport vessel following at prudent distance, armed patrol boat completing formation. They moved with confidence born from superior armaments rather than tactical awareness, maintaining course through narrowing channel with minimal adjustment for potential threats. Raiders struck with impressive coordination, multiple vessels converging simultaneously from concealed positions along shoreline. Initial volley targeted military escort's wheelhouse, temporarily disabling navigation while secondary attacks focused on patrol boats' weapon positions. Within moments, organized defense transformed into chaotic response as soldiers and guards attempted to counterattack from multiple directions simultaneously. Arthur observed initial engagement without immediately revealing position, gathering critical intelligence regarding raider distribution and identifying Calloway's probable location based on command vessel positioning. The operation unfolded with military precision, clear evidence of extensive planning and experienced leadership coordinating complex assault components into cohesive action. When cargo vessel attempted defensive maneuver toward Western Channel, hidden raider boat emerged to block escape route, firing warning volley across transport's bow. This vessel, slightly larger than others with distinctive profile suggesting improved armaments, maintained command position rather than direct engagement, coordinating overall operation from relative safety while forward elements conducted primary assault. Arthur recognized command methodology immediately, identical to Dutch's approach during similar operations years earlier. The commander remained protected while maintaining overwatch position, providing strategic direction while preserving personal safety until success appeared guaranteed. This tactical signature confirmed Calloway's probable position aboard command vessel, providing Arthur's specific target within larger operation. With target identified, Arthur initiated planned response. Using concealed approach Jeremiah had identified during planning, he navigated small skiff toward position intersecting command vessel's likely movement once primary assault succeeded. The approach required precise timing. Early arrival would reveal position prematurely, while delayed insertion risked missing narrow interception window. The military escort had already surrendered, guns silent as raiders secured vessel. Transport carrying payroll and supplies maintained resistance momentarily, before overwhelming force rendered further defense futile. Coordinated operation had required less than 10 minutes to neutralize armed escort and secure valuable cargo. Testament to Calloway's tactical expertise and disciplined force under his command. As predicted, command vessel began movement towards secured transport once resistance ceased. Arthur adjusted intercept course accordingly, maintaining concealment among cypress stands until optimal engagement moment arrived. When command boat passed particular narrowing between island edge and submerged cypress knee, Arthur accelerated from concealment, timing collision to impact command vessel amidships, with sufficient force to temporarily disable but not sink craft. The impact produced desired results. Command boat listing slightly from unexpected collision while occupants momentarily disoriented by sudden interruption. Arthur boarded in continuation of fluid movement, weapon drawn and focused on stern where commanding figure stood braced against impact. Chester Calloway recovered quickly from surprise, drawing weapon with practiced efficiency while barking orders to nearby raiders. Arthur's momentum carried him forward despite incoming fire, determination and planning converging into singular purpose after days of preparation. "Morgan!" Calloway shouted, recognition dawning as distance closed between them. "Dutch sent his dog to finish old business." "Dutch doesn't know I'm here," Arthur replied calmly, maintaining advance despite continued resistance from Calloway's remaining crew. "This is between us, Calloway." Something in Arthur's tone gave Calloway momentary pause, perhaps recognition of shared understanding regarding Dutch's manipulative methods and eventual betrayal of those closest to him. The hesitation provided crucial advantage, allowing Arthur to close final distance despite superficial wound from Raider's desperate shot. Their confrontation became suddenly intimate, two men facing each other on blood-slicked deck, surrounded by chaos of larger operation yet isolated within personal reckoning that transcended immediate circumstances. Arthur recognized mirrored aspects of himself within Calloway's features, similar weathering from years living by violence, comparable calculation born from survival requirements, mutual recognition of paths chosen and consequences accepted. "You still don't understand, do you?" Calloway asked, voice carrying surprising clarity amid surrounding turmoil. "What Dutch truly is. What he does to those closest to him when they're no longer useful." "I'm beginning to," Arthur acknowledged, weapon trained steadily despite deteriorating tactical situation as additional raiders noticed command vessel's distress. "That's why I'm here without his knowledge." Kalya's expression shifted subtly, reassessment occurring behind eyes that had witnessed betrayal and enacted retribution across decades of criminal existence. "Then, perhaps, there's opportunity for understanding before conclusion." The surprising statement created momentary opening Arthur hadn't anticipated. Genuine communication rather than mere violence between adversaries. Before conversation could develop further, however, external factors intervened forcefully. Military reinforcements appeared unexpectedly from Southern Channel, second patrol vessel responding to distress signals from initial escort. The appearance transformed tactical landscape immediately, raiders abandoning partially secured cargo to focus on escape routes, rapidly closing as additional authorities converged on location. The chaos created both complication and opportunity. Calloway, recognizing untenable position developing around command vessel, attempted strategic withdrawal towards secondary escape route Jeremiah had identified during planning sessions. Arthur pursued, maintaining focus on primary objective despite deteriorating circumstances surrounding their personal confrontation. "There is nowhere to run, Calloway," Arthur called as they maneuvered across increasingly unstable vessel, now taking water from multiple hull breaches. "End this without further bloodshed." Calloway paused at vessel's edge, calculating rapidly as waters churned around sinking craft. Raiders scattered in all directions, discipline dissolving under overwhelming response, now converging from multiple directions. Their eyes met across intervening space, recognition passing between them that transcended simple adversarial relationship. "You'll understand eventually, Morgan," Calloway responded with unexpected calm. "When Dutch decides you're expendable, just as he did with me." He gestured toward approaching authorities. "Perhaps sooner than you expect." With those cryptic words, Calloway made final desperate choice, diving into churning waters rather than facing capture. Arthur followed immediately, unwilling to lose primary objective after extensive preparation and sacrifice. They surfaced simultaneously some yards from sinking command vessel, powerful strokes carrying both men toward nearest shoreline, as confusion of battle provided temporary concealment from authorities' attention. The pursuit continued through swamp terrain, increasingly dominated by nature rather than human presence. Calloway moved with surprising endurance for man his age, navigating treacherous footing with confidence, suggesting intimate familiarity with surroundings. Arthur maintained steady pace behind, neither gaining nor losing significant ground as they penetrated deeper into bayou wilderness. Their path eventually opened onto an unexpected clearing, where decrepit trappers' cabins stood, partially reclaimed by surrounding vegetation. Calloway halted abruptly, turning to face Arthur with resignation, suggesting recognition of inevitable confrontation rather than continued flight. "Seems fitting," Calloway observed, gesturing toward abandoned structure. "Beginning and end among forgotten places, where only river remembers what transpired." Arthur approached cautiously, weapon ready but not immediately threatening. Something in Calloway's demeanor suggested desire for conversation before violence. Understanding, perhaps, or confession requiring witness before final accounting. "It was never about the money," Calloway continued unprompted. "The protection rackets, the robberies, means to end rather than purpose itself. Vengeance against Dutch," Arthur stated rather than asked. Calloway nodded, expression suggesting surprise at Arthur's comprehension. Blood betrayed by blood carries special obligation for retribution. He withdrew tarnished pocket watch, twin to one Watson had given Arthur, displaying identical inscription within. "We were family once." Before he decided different identities served ambition better than loyalty to those who knew truth about his origins. "The riverboat job," Arthur prompted, maintaining vigilance despite conversational appearance. "Final betrayal rather than first," Calloway corrected. Dutch created mythology around himself, philosophical outlaw fighting corrupt system. Reality proved considerably mundane. Ambitious man escaping humble beginnings through increasingly elaborate deception. The assessment aligned uncomfortably with doubts Arthur had harbored recently regarding Dutch's leadership and motivation. The man's behavior had changed subtly over years. Principles once genuinely held, gradually transforming into convenient justification for actions driven by ego rather than idealism. "Shot me himself," Calloway continued, voice carrying weight of betrayal never fully processed despite years dedicated to retribution. "Looked me in eyes. His own cousin, who'd protected him as children, and pulled trigger without hesitation when financial opportunity presented itself." Arthur absorbed this revelation, connecting fragments with Watson's account and his own fragmented memories of that night. The captain recognized Dutch from previous association. "Recognized both of us," Calloway confirmed. "Would have exposed carefully constructed persona Dutch had created for his disciples. Couldn't allow that revelation, particularly with substantial payroll available for taking." Pieces aligned with uncomfortable precision in Arthur's mind. Dutch's uncharacteristic silence following operation, their hasty departure from region, his avoidance of newspapers that might have connected Captain's death with his presence. Pattern established then continued through subsequent years, as Dutch eliminated potential threats to leadership through direct action or manipulation of gang members against perceived enemies. "Why pursue vengeance through river communities?" Arthur asked, genuinely seeking understanding rather than mere confirmation. "Innocent people suffered who had no connection to Dutch." Calloway's expression revealed complex emotion, justification mingled with recognition of moral compromise, perhaps. Strategic necessity initially. Required resources, territory, information network to locate primary target. Became something else, eventually. Empire building, justified through original purpose, until means consumed intended end. The candid acknowledgement suggested self-awareness Arthur hadn't anticipated. Calloway recognized transformation from righteous avenger to territorial criminal, acknowledged compromise while maintaining core motivation despite shifting methods. And now, Arthur pressed, sensing crucial moment approaching in their confrontation. And now we reach conclusion. Calloway responded with resignation tinged by something approaching relief, though perhaps not one either anticipated. When journey began, before Arthur could respond, complication arrived unexpectedly. From surrounding vegetation emerged several figures, remaining raiders who had escaped military response and tracked their leader through bayou terrain. Their appearance transformed intimate confrontation into potential bloodbath as weapons raised toward Arthur with obvious intent. "Stand down!" Calloway ordered sharply, surprising both Arthur and newly arrived raiders. This remains personal matter requiring resolution without interference. Raiders hesitated, clearly torn between habitual obedience and perceived threat to leader they'd followed through years of increasingly profitable criminal enterprise. Their uncertainty created dangerous instability within already volatile situation. "Boss, we can take him," offered youngest raider, weapon trained unsteadily toward Arthur. "Finish Dutch's man and disappear upstream until situation cools." "You still don't understand," Calloway replied with unexpected gentleness. "This was never about survival or profit. Some debts can only be settled directly between those who incurred them." The philosophical statement clearly confused readers, accustomed to practical direction rather than moral ambiguity. Their uncertainty manifested as increasing tension, evident in weapon handling and positioning, dangerous combination threatening imminent violence, regardless of leadership's intentions. Arthur recognized deteriorating circumstances immediately. "Your men need clear direction, Calloway. This becomes bloodbath otherwise, with survivors hunted through every swamp mile between here and territorial border." Calloway nodded slightly, acknowledging assessment without surrendering authority. "Stand down," he repeated to raiders, voice carrying unmistakable command despite physical exhaustion evident in his posture. "Return to secondary rendezvous at Macready's Landing. Anyone waiting there tomorrow's sunrise receives equal share from previous operations. Anyone creating further complications receives nothing but authority's undivided attention." The order, combining practical instruction with clear consequences, penetrated raiders' uncertainty. Weapons lowered gradually, as calculations regarding potential gain versus guaranteed loss resolved towards self-preservation rather than misguided loyalty. Their departure occurred with minimal acknowledgement, men accustomed to pragmatic decisions recognizing superior option when presented directly. As final raider disappeared into surrounding vegetation, Calloway turned attention back to Arthur. "Appears our confrontation returns to personal accounting after all. Surrender remains option," Arthur offered without particular expectation of acceptance. "Trial provides opportunity for exposing Dutch's involvement in Riverboat Massacre." Calloway's bitter laugh confirmed anticipated rejection. "Courts provide illusion of justice rather than substance. Man like Dutch, skilled manipulator with considerable resources, would transform proceedings into vindication rather than condemnation." "Then what conclusion remains beyond violence?" Arthur asked, genuine curiosity underlying tactical awareness of potentially deceptive calm established between them. Calloway considered question with surprising thoughtfulness given circumstances. Perhaps understanding itself represents form of justice neither anticipated. He gestured toward cabin behind them. "Final conversation before inevitable resolution seems appropriate, given journey undertaken." Arthur recognized potential trap, yet sensed genuine desire for communication transcending simple deception. He followed Calloway into decrepit structure, maintaining appropriate distance while accommodating apparent need for conversation. Before conclusion, neither man seemed eager to precipitate, despite circumstances demanding resolution. Cabin interior revealed long abandonment, collapsed furniture, rotting floorboards, roof partially open to elements. Calloway settled on relatively intact bench near cold fireplace, physical exhaustion suddenly evident without necessity for maintaining appearance before subordinates. "You've begun questioning Dutch," Calloway observed rather than asked. "Seeing contradictions between stated principles and actual behavior, recognizing manipulation disguised as philosophy." Arthur remained standing, neither confirming nor denying assessment that struck uncomfortably close to recent thoughts. "This isn't about Dutch. Everything between us connects to Dutch," Calloway countered mildly. "Your presence on Riverboat 5 years ago, bullet you placed in Watson's back, current confrontation, all flow from Dutch's influence like tributaries feeding single river." The observation carried uncomfortable accuracy Arthur couldn't entirely dismiss. His life had indeed flowed along channel Dutch had largely determined, actions justified through loyalty, without sufficient examination of underlying morality or purpose beyond gang's continuation. "Difference being choice," Arthur responded after considering Calloway's statement, "could have directed rage toward actual betrayer rather than innocent river communities. People suffered who had no connection to your vendetta, as they suffered during your gang's righteous robberies," Calloway countered without particular heat. "Moral distinction exists primarily in justification rather than impact for those caught between opposing forces." Again, Arthur found uncomfortable resonance with thoughts recently troubling his conscience. The gang's activities had indeed harmed innocent bystanders, despite elaborate justification Dutch constructed around targeting only corrupt institutions or wealthy individuals who could withstand losses. Beneath philosophical veneer, practical impact often fell hardest on ordinary people caught within operational territory. "Perhaps we're not so different," Arthur acknowledged with reluctance born from genuine self-examination rather than tactical consideration. Both followed paths others determined until recognition forced reconsideration. Calloway nodded slightly, something approaching mutual understanding passing between adversaries momentarily united through shared experience, despite opposing positions. Question becomes whether recognition permits course correction, or merely illuminates journey already completed. The philosophical inquiry struck deeper than Arthur anticipated. From man known primarily through violence and criminal enterprise, Calloway revealed unexpected depth beneath hardened exterior, capacity for introspection normally associated with education or contemplative lifestyle, rather than decades spent pursuing vengeance through increasingly destructive methods. Their conversation might have continued toward unpredictable conclusion had external factors not intervened once more. Distant voices and crashing vegetation announced approaching authorities, military or law enforcement, following trail from failed river operation toward its source with dedicated persistence. "Appears time expires for contemplation," Calloway observed with curious calm, suggesting acceptance rather than desperation. "Final decisions required rather than further examination." Arthur assessed tactical situation rapidly. Approaching authorities would likely shoot without significant discussion given Calloway's reputation and recent operation, resulting in military casualties. Surrender might prove impossible, regardless of intentions, while resistance guaranteed bloodshed without meaningful resolution. "Alternative exit exists," Arthur suggested, indicating rear door partially concealed behind collapsed furniture. Neither needs die here if cooperation temporarily outweighs confrontation, Arthur finished, eyes moving toward approaching sounds of pursuit. Calloway weighed the proposition with surprising quickness, survival instinct temporarily overriding vendetta. Temporary truce, then, until immediate danger passes. Without further discussion, both men moved toward the cabin's rear exit, a half-collapsed doorway partially hidden by overgrown vegetation. Arthur led the way, navigating through dense undergrowth while maintaining orientation away from approaching search party. Years spent in wilderness had honed instinctive understanding of concealment and misdirection that served them well as darkness deepened around them. Creek runs quarter-mile east, Calloway offered in hushed tone. Maintains consistent depth even during dry season. Might offer escape route if suitable, craft available. Arthur adjusted course accordingly, acknowledging superior local knowledge while maintaining vigilance regarding his temporary ally. They proceeded in tense silence, each recognizing practical necessity of cooperation, while remaining acutely aware of fundamental opposition that would inevitably resurface once immediate threat receded. The creek materialized as promised, narrow waterway barely visible in gathering darkness, yet offering essential route away from increasingly coordinated search patterns behind them. Partially concealed beneath overhanging branches rested small skiff, simple craft suggesting Calloway maintained emergency resources throughout operational territory. Always prepare alternative exit strategies, Calloway explained without particular pride, noting Arthur's assessment of the boat, lesson from military experience that translated effectively to current profession. They boarded silently, unspoken agreement governing temporary alliance. Arthur positioned himself strategically, maintaining both visibility of Calloway and access to weapons should circumstances change suddenly. Calloway demonstrated similar caution, while avoiding movements that might provoke premature confrontation. The vessel moved quietly through darkness, Calloway navigating with confidence born from intimate familiarity with waterways that had formed his criminal domain. Stars provided sufficient illumination for experienced river traveler, their light occasionally penetrating canopy to create shifting patterns across dark water surface. Under different circumstances, Morgan, we might have found ourselves on the same side, Calloway observed after sufficient distance separated them from pursuit, both serving Dutch's purposes without questioning underlying motivations. Difference being choice once recognition occurred, Arthur countered, though without particular heat. Your vendetta harmed innocent communities with no connection to Dutch's betrayal. Calloway acknowledged point with slight nod. Means became disconnected from purpose over time. Territory and power acquired as tools became objectives themselves. His expression suggested genuine reflection rather than defensive justification. Path of retribution creates distortions in those who walk it long enough. The philosophical observation surprised Arthur, suggesting depth beyond mere criminal calculation. Before conversation could continue, however, distant engine sounds interrupted. Patrol boats sweeping primary waterways in coordinated search pattern. Calloway immediately adjusted course, guiding their craft into narrower tributary barely wide enough to accommodate small skiff. Military response protocols include water-based search, expanding outward from incident location, Calloway explained quietly. Standard procedure taught at officer training academies, unchanged for decades despite technological advances. Orsa noted professional assessment without comment, recognizing military background that had informed Calloway's methodical criminal operations. They continued through increasingly confined waterways, dense vegetation occasionally requiring physical effort to navigate passages rarely traversed even by local inhabitants. Decision point approaches. Calloway eventually noted as first hints of dawn-lightened eastern sky. Cooperation concludes when immediate danger passes, returning us to fundamental opposition. Arthur nodded acknowledgement, mind calculating potential resolutions that balanced mission requirements against evolving understanding developed during their unexpected partnership. Delivering Calloway for bounty remained primary objective, yet methodology had shifted in response to contextual changes. Need not end violently, Arthur suggested, testing conceptual boundaries rather than offering specific proposal. Alternatives exist beyond simplistic capture or killing. Calloway's expression indicated genuine curiosity regarding implied proposition. Interesting perspective from man who's functioned primarily through violence. What alternative satisfies your mission parameters while accommodating my understandable reluctance regarding traditional justice? The question presented legitimate challenge. Arthur considered options carefully before responding. Could publicly renounce territorial claims, withdraw operations from river communities, disappear beyond territorial jurisdiction where bounty holds no power. Exile rather than execution or imprisonment, Calloway interpreted accurately. Pragmatic compromise, offering partial satisfaction to multiple parties. Requires genuine abandonment of local operations, Arthur emphasized. Communities recover without further interference. No proxies maintaining control in your absence. Calloway considered proposition with unexpected thoroughness given their circumstances. Significant concession given infrastructure established over years, yet potentially acceptable given narrowing options and increasing federal attention following recent operational failure. Their craft emerged suddenly into broader waterway, transition from confined tributary to substantial channel, suggesting approach toward major river intersection. Expanded navigational options brought corresponding reduction in concealment opportunities, necessitating decision rather than continued deliberation. Fundamentally, Morgan, what guarantees my compliance once immediate threat passes? Calloway asked with practical directness. Professional history suggests you'll fulfill mission parameters regardless of philosophical evolution. The question cut to essential truth underlying their temporary cooperation. Arthur recognized legitimate concern requiring honest response rather than convenient assurance. No absolute guarantee possible, Arthur acknowledged, but significant difference exists between bringing in man who's actively terrorizing communities versus pursuing someone who's withdrawn from territorial operations. Priorities shift accordingly. Dawn strengthened around them, transforming landscape from mysterious shadow reel to mundane bayou terrain. The change paralleled shifting dynamic between temporary allies approaching conclusion of necessary cooperation. Conditional arrangement, then, Calloway proposed, after lengthy consideration. I withdraw completely from river territories. Liquidate operations through designated lieutenant who distributes proceeds among communities harmed during our occupation. You verify compliance before departing jurisdiction, maintaining option for pursuit should terms be violated. The proposition represented surprising compromise from man previously committed to territorial domination and personal vendetta. Arthur weighed sincerity against potential deception, assessing likelihood of genuine intention versus tactical maneuvering designed to create future advantage. Why accept compromise rather than continuing conflict? Arthur asked directly, seeking understanding beyond mere pragmatic calculation. Calloway's response came after a thoughtful pause, suggesting genuine reflection rather than prepared justification. Perhaps recognition that vendetta consumed purpose it supposedly served. Empire built to enable revenge became objective itself, disconnected from original motivation. His weathered features revealed unexpected vulnerability beneath hardened exterior. Exhaustion eventually outweighs anger, Morgan. Even righteous vengeance depletes the soul carrying its burden. The admission carried authenticity difficult to falsify, particularly given circumstances precluding theatrical performance for manipulative purpose. Arthur recognized genuine fatigue transcending physical dimension, spiritual exhaustion familiar to anyone who'd maintained anger across decades rather than momentary emotional response. Conditional acceptance, Arthur finally responded. Withdrawal begins immediately upon reaching suitable disembarkation point. I verify compliance through established timeline, maintaining contact with river communities to ensure terms fulfilled. Violation reestablishes original parameters without further negotiation. Calloway nodded agreement, understanding limitations and requirements inherent in compromise neither had anticipated when confrontation began. Their craft continued toward junction where decision would manifest in practical terms rather than theoretical discussion. Seems appropriate that river witnessing our respective journeys now carries us toward unexpected resolution, Calloway observed as they approached broader Lanahichi waterway, visible beyond Final Bend. Water remembers everything, yet judges nothing, merely flows onward regardless of human drama enacted upon its surface. The philosophical observation struck Arthur as surprisingly poetic. For a man known primarily through violence and intimidation, it suggested complexity beyond simplistic categorization as mere criminal, though actions remained unjustifiable regardless of underlying capacity for reflection. They reached Main River Channel as morning fully established itself across eastern horizon. Mist rose from water surface in ethereal patterns that transformed mundane landscape into something approaching mystical tableau. Appropriate setting for conclusion to journey that had evolved beyond original parameters through unexpected developments. Dewberry Creek Landing offers suitable transition point, Calloway suggested, indicating upstream direction where settlement waited beyond visible horizon. Sufficient commercial traffic to provide inconspicuous departure options while maintaining communication channels necessary for verifying compliance. Arthur considered recommendation before nodding agreement. The location balanced practical requirements against security considerations, while providing neutral territory for transition from temporary alliance to conditional resolution. They proceeded upstream in silence, each contemplating implications of arrangement neither had anticipated when pursuit began. Dewberry Creek materialized gradually through diminishing morning mist, settlement appearing simultaneously more substantial and more vulnerable than during Arthur's previous visit. Docks extended into gentle current where modest commercial activity had already commenced, despite early hour. They approached cautiously, remaining vigilant for potential military or law enforcement presence that might complicate carefully negotiated resolution. Jacob Fisher maintains messenger service connecting river settlements, Calloway noted, as they secured craft at isolated section of community dock. Suitable intermediary for communication regarding compliance verification. Man holds no loyalty toward me given past interactions, yet maintains professional reliability regardless of personal feelings. Arthur recognized practical suggestion that aligned with his limited knowledge of local personalities. Acceptable arrangement. Timeline established as 3 days for initial withdrawal, weekly verification thereafter, until complete dissolution confirmed through multiple sources. Calloway extended hand to formalize agreement, gesture simultaneously mundane and profound given circumstances that had brought them to this unexpected resolution. Arthur accepted handshake after momentary hesitation, recognizing significance beyond simple physical contact. Your fundamental assessment of Dutch remains accurate, Arthur acknowledged as their hands separated. Though methodology and response created unnecessary suffering beyond original betrayal. As you've chosen different response to similar recognition, Calloway observed with surprising insight, perhaps representing evolution rather than repetition. Small victory against currents that typically carry us toward predetermined destinations. With that philosophical observation, their paths diverged, Calloway disappearing into Settlement's awakening commercial district, while Arthur remained briefly at Waterfront, contemplating Journey's unexpected conclusion. The compromise represented neither complete success nor absolute failure, but rather nuanced resolution, reflecting complex reality beyond simplistic. Arthur spent subsequent days monitoring compliance through established channels, verifying gradual dissolution of raider operations throughout river territories. Communities reported diminishing presence, protection payments ceased, and commercial vessels traveled with increasing confidence as promised withdrawal manifested in practical improvements rather than mere theoretical assurance. 1 week after their Riverside agreement, Arthur sat aboard Silas Hammond's ferry for a final journey upriver toward Valentine, where government agent would receive modified report regarding mission outcome. The Lanahichi flowed peacefully beneath vessel's steady progress, its surface occasionally broken by jumping fish or diving waterbirds pursuing breakfast beneath reflective surface. River seems different somehow, Silas observed, joining Arthur at railing where he watched passing landscape with contemplative expression. Settlements more animated, traffic increased beyond seasonal expectations. Something fundamental shifted recently. Eloise operations dissolved, Arthur confirmed without elaborating on specific mechanisms that had created unexpected outcome. Raiders disbanded, territories abandoned, communities recovering gradually as understanding spreads. Silas studied him with characteristic perceptiveness. Unusual resolution for bounty hunting expedition, particularly given considerable price offered for Calloway specifically, rather than merely disrupting criminal operations. Arthur offered non-committal response, unwilling to explain complex arrangement that defied simplistic categorization within traditional bounty parameters. The compromise represented personal evolution beyond mechanical fulfillment of mission requirements, recognition that justice might manifest through multiple pathways, rather than exclusively through punishment or retribution. Arstu's expecting conventional resolution might find explanation challenging, Silas noted, with practical understanding born from decades navigating complex human situations. Government representatives typically prefer straightforward outcomes, fitting predetermined categories. Ross strikes me as pragmatic individual, Arthur replied thoughtfully, concerned primarily with restoring commercial stability rather than specific methodology creating desired outcome. Silas nodded agreement with assessment that aligned with his own limited interaction with government representative. They continued upstream in companionable silence, each contemplating River's eternal journey that continued regardless of human dramas enacted upon its surface. As Valentine appeared distantly on approaching horizon, Arthur contemplated broader implications beyond specific mission parameters. His interaction with Calloway had created unexpected mirror-reflecting aspects of his own journey, particularly regarding relationship with Dutch and growing recognition of manipulation disguised as philosophy that had directed his actions for decades. The river of retribution had carried each man toward destinations neither had anticipated when journey began. For Calloway, current had finally exhausted Vendetta's sustaining anger, creating unexpected opportunity for resolution beyond continued violence. For Arthur, flow had revealed uncomfortable parallels between potential futures, paths diverging not through fundamental character differences, but through specific choices made when recognition occurred. Most significantly, River continued flowing regardless, carrying everything toward inevitable conclusion while remaining indifferent to human interpretation. The water remembered all, yet judged nothing, simply continuing eternal journey that had preceded human presence and would continue long after current inhabitants departed. Arthur Morgan disembarked at Valentine Crossing, with modified understanding transcending specific mission parameters. The river of retribution had claimed its due from all who traveled its waters, extracting price measured not through conventional currency but through expanded perspective, regarding interconnected journeys that created shared humanity beneath superficial opposition. As he departed Ferry Landing, Arthur carried that understanding forward, not as philosophical abstraction, but as practical wisdom applicable to immediate challenges awaiting his return. Dutch's increasingly questionable leadership, the gang's uncertain future, his own evolving perspective regarding justice and retribution, all flowed from similar sources toward destinations determined through individual choices rather than predetermined currents. The river continued flowing, as it always would. Arthur's journey continued similarly, carrying accumulated wisdom while remaining open to possibilities waiting beyond next bend. Whatever awaited upstream, he would navigate with clearer understanding of both external currents and internal navigation than when journey began. 3 weeks had passed since Arthur Morgan had returned to Valentine and settled accounts with Agent Ross. The resolution with Calloway, unconventional as it was, had been accepted with pragmatic appreciation for restored river commerce rather than bureaucratic insistence on traditional justice. Arthur had collected a modified bounty, reduced but substantial enough to justify the effort expended, and spent several days resting at the local hotel while contemplating his next move. The lessons from the river journey had settled into his consciousness, creating new perspective that informed his assessment of Dutch's increasingly erratic leadership and the gang's uncertain future. Though he hadn't yet returned to camp, Arthur knew confrontation awaited, questions that required answers, regardless of potential consequences for relationships built over decades of shared history. But before that reckoning could occur, unexpected opportunity presented itself, in form of weathered notice tacked to sheriff's office bulletin board. Urgent assistance required. Experienced individual sought for discreet investigation. Coalfield Mining Company, Hollow Ridge. Substantial compensation for qualified applicant. Inquire within for details. The mining town of Hollow Ridge lay nestled among jagged peaks several days' ride northwest, territory Arthur had visited years earlier during the gang's wandering existence but hadn't returned to since. The mountains presented stark contrast to river lowlands he'd recently navigated. Severe landscapes of stone and shadow, where survival required different skills than those employed in bayou territory. Something about the notice's deliberate vagueness suggested complexity beyond simple security work. Arthur found himself intrigued, despite intention to return directly to camp after Valentine business concluded. Perhaps one final independent undertaking before confronting Dutch might provide additional clarity regarding his evolving perspective. The sheriff offered minimal elaboration when Arthur inquired, just sealed letter from mining company representative, and suggestion that matters in Hollow Ridge had grown increasingly troubling in recent months. Rumors of disappearances, unexplained accidents, and growing tension between various factions within isolated community. As Arthur departed Valentine the following morning, heavy clouds gathered over distant mountains, casting ominous shadows across landscape that grew progressively more rugged with each passing mile. The river's lessons remained fresh in his mind, yet instinct suggested this journey would present challenges of entirely different nature. The winding trail led ever upward, each bend revealing more imposing terrain as civilization's comforts receded behind him. Within those towering peaks awaited Hollow Ridge, a place where darkness gathered both above and below ground, where ancient conflicts and modern greed created dangerous confluence beneath surface appearances. Arthur Morgan rode steadily toward uncertainty, unaware that shadows gathered within the mining town, shadows with purpose and malevolence that would test not only his physical capabilities, but the very principles recently clarified through River's flowing wisdom. And so, partner, as our tale rides off into the sunset, it's time for you to rest your weary bones beneath the endless prairie sky. Let the sounds of the West be your lullaby tonight, from the gentle crackle of the campfire to the soft prairie winds and the distant song of nightbirds, all flowing uninterrupted, with no advertisements to break the peace of your slumber. Sweet dreams, cowpoke, and may your trail lead to peaceful pastures tonight.